Welcome, gentle wanderer of mountain paths, to the tale of one who learned that family is not always born from blood, but forged through bonds stronger than steel itself. Tonight we follow the complete journey of Hashibira Inosuke, the wild boar who descended from peaks shrouded in mist to walk among humans while carrying the untamed heart of the wilderness within his chest. This is a story of a child raised by beasts who discovered his humanity, of violence transformed into protection, of a mother's desperate love that echoed across years of separation. So settle beneath your covers like snow accumulating on ancient pines, and let the rhythm of mountain winds carry you into peaceful slumber as we trace every step of Inosuke's path from feral isolation to brotherhood deeper than any family tie. In the shadow-haunted valleys where civilized light had never penetrated the ancient darkness, there existed places where evil wore masks of benevolence so perfectly crafted that even the most cautious souls could be deceived into believing they had found sanctuary when they had actually discovered their doom. The paradise faith cult that had taken root in these remote mountains presented itself to the desperate and displaced as a haven of spiritual peace and communal harmony, its charismatic leader offering salvation to those whose lives had been shattered by cruelty, poverty, or the countless misfortunes that drove people to seek refuge in promises too beautiful to be true. Kotoha Hashibira had arrived at this supposed paradise carrying more than just the weight of her infant son against her chest. She bore the accumulated trauma of a marriage that had transformed love into a daily battle, survival, where each dawn brought fresh uncertainty about whether she and her child would see another sunset without bearing new bruises or deeper psychological wounds. The man she had once trusted to protect and cherish her had revealed himself to be a creature whose capacity for violence seemed to grow with each passing day, fed by demons that alcohol could not drown, and anger that no rational explanation could satisfy or resolve. The night of their escape had been orchestrated through weeks of careful planning disguised as ordinary domestic routine, as Kotoha learned to read the subtle signs that predicted her husband's moods, while secretly preparing for the moment when flight would become their only option for survival. The few possessions she could carry without arousing suspicion were hidden in places where quick retrieval would be possible, her route planned through careful observation of times when neighbors would be least likely to witness their departure, every detail calculated to maximize their chances of reaching safety before discovery made pursuit inevitable. The baby who slept peacefully in her arms as they fled through pre-dawn darkness had no understanding of the forces that had shaped his earliest months of existence, no memory that would preserve the terror and uncertainty that had defined his mother's daily experience since his birth. Inosuke's innocent trust in her protection served as both motivation and heartbreak, as Kotoha understood that her choices would determine whether his future held the security and love that every child deserved, or whether he would inherit the cycle of violence that had consumed his father and threatened to destroy everything pure and hopeful in their small family. The journey toward what they hoped would be refuge tested every resource that desperation and maternal determination could provide, as mountain paths that seemed welcoming in daylight revealed their treacherous nature when navigated by exhausted travelers whose margin for error diminished with each step taken in unfamiliar terrain. The weight of carrying everything essential for their survival, combined with the constant vigilance required to protect her infant son from weather, wild animals, and the possibility of pursuit, pushed Kotoha beyond normal human endurance into realms where only the most fundamental drives for family preservation could sustain continued movement toward an uncertain destination. The first glimpse of the Paradise Faith compound created hope so powerful that it temporarily overwhelmed the caution that weeks of fearful planning had ingrained into every aspect of Kotoha's thinking, as the neat gardens, peaceful architecture, and smiling faces that greeted their arrival seemed to validate every desperate prayer she had whispered during the darkest moments of their flight. The welcome that enveloped them carried warmth that felt genuine after months of walking on emotional eggshells, creating atmosphere where laughter came easily and conversation flowed without the constant threat assessment that had become second nature during her marriage. Doma himself embodied everything that Kotoha's wounded heart most desperately needed to encounter: strength without intimidation, authority without cruelty, charisma that inspired rather than demanded submission. His multicolored eyes seemed to see directly into her soul while reflecting back acceptance and understanding that made confession of her fears feel like privilege rather than vulnerability. His voice carrying tones of compassion that soothed psychological wounds that had been festering for longer than she could accurately remember or bear to fully acknowledge. The other members of the cult who surrounded their leader with obvious devotion provided living testimony to the transformative power of his guidance, their faces radiant with the kind of peace that Kotoha had convinced herself was fictional ideal rather than achievable reality. The stories they shared about their own journeys toward enlightenment resonated with her experience while offering hope that even the deepest damage could be healed through proper spiritual guidance and community support that honored individual pain while working systematically toward collective healing. The daily routines that governed life within the compound created structure that felt supportive rather than restrictive, with schedules that allowed for personal reflection while maintaining group activities that built bonds of mutual understanding and shared purpose. The meals prepared from ingredients grown in their own gardens tasted of care and intention that had been absent from her life for so long that she had forgotten food could represent nurturing rather than simply biological necessity. While conversations during these communal gatherings explored philosophical questions that elevated consciousness beyond survival concerns toward higher purposes. Baby Inosuke thrived in this environment where multiple caring adults provided attention and stimulation that a single exhausted mother could never have sustained alone, his laughter becoming soundtrack for days that unfolded with predictable gentleness rather than the chaotic alternation between false, calm, and explosive violence that had characterized his earliest months. The other children in the compound treated him with sibling affection that suggested possibilities for the kind of extended family relationships that Kotoha had always dreamed of, providing but had never believed could exist outside. Romantic fantasies about perfect communities. The weeks that passed in apparent tranquility allowed psychological wounds to begin healing, as Kotoha rediscovered aspects of her personality that fear had suppressed, finding herself capable of spontaneous joy and creative expression that her marriage had systematically eliminated through constant criticism and threat of punishment for behavior that deviated from her husband's narrow definitions of acceptable féminine conduite. The gradual return of confidence and hope created foundation for imagining future possibilities that extended beyond simple survival toward genuine fulfillment and meaningful contribution to something larger than individual welfare. Yet beneath the surface of this carefully maintained paradise, currents of wrongness flowed with such subtlety that months of residence were required before their patterns became visible to consciousness, trained to dismiss intuitive warnings as paranoid remnants of past trauma rather than legitimate responses to present danger. The disappearances of longtime community members were explained through stories of spiritual advancement that required departure for higher forms of service. Yet these explanations carried emotional undertones that suggested loss rather than celebration, when examined through heightened awareness that survival instincts gradually restored. The midnight discovery that shattered Kotoha's renewed faith in human goodness came through accident rather than investigation, as sleeplessness, brought on by Inosuke's teething, led her to wander garden paths where darkness should have concealed activities that Daylight Fellowship could never acknowledge or survive. The scene that crystallized before her, horrified comprehension, transformed every memory of kindness into evidence of manipulation, so skillful that her ability to trust her own judgment would never fully recover from this devastating revelation of how completely evil could disguise itself as salvation. Doma's consumption of cult members proceeded with methodical efficiency that spoke of practice refined through countless previous victims whose trust had been cultivated with the same patient care that a farmer devoted to crops intended for harvest. The casual nature of his feeding, the obvious enjoyment he derived from human flesh, and the complete absence of any recognition that his victims possessed individual worth beyond their nutritional value revealed depths of inhumanity that no philosophical framework could rationalize or emotional strength could process, without fundamental damage to basic assumptions about reality. The realization that her infant son had been living in proximity to creature whose nature represented everything opposite to maternal protection triggered responses so primal that conscious thought became irrelevant compared to biological imperatives that demanded immediate action, regardless of consequences or likelihood of success. The discovery that safety had been illusion and refuge had been trap-activated survival mechanisms that transcended rational calculation, as every instinct evolved through millions of years of protecting offspring from predation, focused into single objective of removing her child from mortal danger. The escape that began in that moment of horrific revelation proceeded through landscapes transformed by knowledge into enemy territory, where every shadow might conceal pursuit and every sound might herald discovery by creature whose supernatural abilities made conventional hiding places inadequate protection against inevitable recapture. The weight of Inosuke's sleeping form in her arms provided both motivation and vulnerability, as his complete dependence on her strength and judgment created pressure that pushed her beyond normal human capabilities, while simultaneously making her responsible for decisions that would determine whether they both survived or perished. Together, the pursuit that she sensed rather than heard followed patterns that suggested Doma was treating their flight as entertainment rather than urgent necessity, his supernatural senses making their trail impossible to conceal, while his sadistic nature apparently derived pleasure from allowing hope to build before crushing it through demonstration of how futile resistance truly was against power that operated beyond human limitations. The psychological torture of knowing capture was inevitable, while biological drives continued, demanding hopeless effort, created mental state where sanity remained functional only through complete focus on immediate physical requirements for continued movement. The cliff that rose before them as their final obstacle appeared through morning mist, like manifestation of cosmic cruelty, designed specifically to mock every desperate effort that had brought them to this moment of absolute choice between impossible alternatives. The precipice that blocked further retreat offered no concealment from approaching predator, while the chasm that yawned beneath them promised death that might prove more merciful than whatever fate awaited them if Doma's patience with their chase finally expired in favor of more direct methods for reclaiming his escaped prey. The decision that crystallized in Kotoha's mind during those final moments of maternal responsibility transcended normal understanding of love to encompass sacrifice so complete that personal survival became irrelevant compared to purchasing even the smallest possibility that her son might somehow escape the doom that had already claimed her. The baby's unconscious trust as she held him above the rushing waters below reflected innocent faith that his mother would always choose his welfare over her own, yet he could never understand that preserving that faith required her to make choice that would separate them forever. The physical act of releasing her grip and watching Inosuke fall toward waters that might preserve or destroy him required spiritual strength that exceeded every previous test of her character, as biological programming fought against conscious decision, while maternal love demanded sacrifice that contradicted every protective instinct that had defined her existence since his birth. The sight of his small form disappearing into mist-shrouded depths below carried finality that made her own approaching death seem secondary concern, compared to desperate hope that somehow his story would continue beyond this moment of ultimate separation. The consumption that followed fulfilled Doma's patient hunting with casual efficiency that treated her terror and despair as seasonings that enhanced the flavor of her flesh, rather than recognizing them as expressions of love and loss that should have commanded respect, even from creature incapable of experiencing such emotions. Her final thoughts focused not on her own approaching dissolution, but on prayers that the waters below had carried her son beyond reach of evil, that wore faces of kindness while concealing appetites that no human mind could fully comprehend or accept as reality. The river that received Inosuke's falling form carried more than just the physical weight of infant cast into its depths by mother's desperate love. It bore the entire future of bloodline that might have been extinguished, but instead was transformed through circumstances so unlikely that they suggested intervention by forces that operated beyond normal causation to preserve possibilities that conventional wisdom would have declared impossible. The current that swept him downstream toward unknown fate moved according to patterns that would deposit him in locations where survival might be achieved, despite odds that made such outcomes appear miraculous rather than natural. The waters that had claimed Inosuke's falling form carried him through landscapes where civilization had never established permanent hold, sweeping his unconscious body along currents that wound between towering peaks whose slopes harbored creatures that operated according to laws older and more fundamental than human society had ever acknowledged or attempted to control. The river's path traced ancient boundaries between tamed valleys, where farmers struggled to coax sustenance from reluctant soil, and wild territories where survival depended entirely on strength, cunning, and adaptability that domestic life could never develop or maintain through generations of protected existence within communities that had forgotten the brutal honesty of natural selection. The mountain boar that discovered the infant's motionless form among the smooth stones of a shallow tributary possessed maternal instincts that had been recently activated by the loss of her own offspring to predators whose success had left her with milk-swollen teats and protective urges that sought outlet through any young creature whose helplessness appealed to biological drives that transcended species boundaries. The scent that rose from the human child carried no trace of the fear or aggression that characterized most encounters between her kind and the two-legged creatures who occasionally ventured into territories where their soft flesh and blunted senses made them easy prey for carnivores that ruled these remote heights. The decision to carry Inosuke back to her den reflected instinctive recognition that his survival needs matched her own maternal capabilities, as his size and apparent age suggested requirements for warmth, protection, and nourishment that she could provide, while his unconscious state prevented the struggles that might have triggered predatory responses in less nurturing circumstances. The journey through rocky passages and dense undergrowth that led to her hidden sanctuary tested her commitment to this unusual adoption, while demonstrating the fierce dedication that mountain mothers applied to protecting anything they Saiyan claimed as offspring regardless of its origin or natural affiliation. The den that became Inosuke's first conscious memory occupied space carved from living rock by generations of boars whose territorial claims had been established through combat and maintained through constant vigilance against competitors whose strength might challenge their right to occupy prime hunting grounds. The warmth that surrounded him upon awakening came not only from his adoptive mother's massive body, but from siblings whose acceptance of his presence reflected social structures based on practical considerations rather than abstract concepts of species, purity, or biological correctness that might have prevented integration in more sophisticated communities. The milk that sustained his earliest development carried nutritional richness developed through evolutionary pressure to support offspring whose survival would depend on achieving physical capabilities that exceeded normal mammalian standards, creating foundation for growth that would eventually produce strength and endurance levels that human nutrition alone could never have achieved. The proteins and minerals that flowed through his developing system established metabolic patterns that would enable him to digest foods and survive environmental conditions that would prove fatal to individuals raised on grain-based diets and protected from natural hardships that tested every aspect of physiological adaptation. The social integration that occurred during his first months among the boar family involved learning communication methods that relied entirely on body language, vocal tones, and scent markers that conveyed emotional states and territorial information with precision that human speech could rarely match for clarity or immediate comprehension. The grunts and squeals that became his primary language carried nuanced meanings that distinguished between warnings about specific types of danger, invitations to share particularly choice food discoveries, and expressions of affection that bonded family members through emotional connections that required no philosophical framework to validate their importance. The territory that surrounded their den extended across mountain slopes where seasonal changes created constantly shifting challenges for survival that tested adaptability and resourcefulness through scenarios that domestic existence could never replicate or prepare individuals to handle without extensive specialized knowledge. Spring brought new growth that required understanding which plants provided safe nutrition and which contained toxins that could prove fatal to creatures whose digestive systems lacked specific adaptations, while summer heat demanded knowledge of water sources and cooling areas that could prevent potentially deadly overheating during extended foraging expeditions. Autumn preparations involved accumulating food stores and improving shelter insulation that would enable survival through winter months when temperatures dropped to levels that could kill unprepared creatures within hours of exposure, requiring energy conservation strategies and resource management skills that connected immediate actions to long-term consequences in ways that taught practical wisdom through direct experience rather than abstract instruction. The fallen leaves that carpeted forest floors provided both camouflage opportunities and location markers that enabled navigation through terrain where wrong turns could lead to territorial conflicts with predators whose strength exceeded anything the boar family could successfully challenge. Winter survival tested every lesson that warmer seasons had provided, while introducing new challenges that required innovation and persistence when standard approaches proved inadequate for conditions that pushed biological systems beyond normal operating parameters. The snow that accumulated to depths measured in feet rather than inches transformed familiar landscapes into alien environments where traditional food sources disappeared beneath frozen barriers that only the strongest and most determined creatures could penetrate to access buried sustenance that might prevent starvation during months when fresh vegetation remained completely inaccessible. The hunting techniques that Inosuke learned during this period of intensive education reflected strategies developed through countless generations of predators whose survival had depended on maximizing efficiency while minimizing energy expenditure during pursuits that might determine whether families ate or starved during critical periods of seasonal scarcity. The patience required to track prey through terrain that offered abundant hiding places taught lessons about observation and persistence that would prove invaluable when applied to opponents whose intelligence exceeded simple animal cunning, while their supernatural abilities created tactical challenges that required creative adaptation of fundamental principles. The combat skills that emerged through play fighting with his adoptive siblings involved learning to read body language cues that telegraphed attack intentions while developing counter-strategies that could neutralize superior size, or strength through superior positioning and timing that transformed apparent disadvantages into tactical opportunities. The ritualized dominance battles that determined feeding order and sleeping positions within the family hierarchy provided education in psychological warfare that emphasized intimidation and confidence as weapons that could prove as decisive as physical prowess when properly employed against opponents whose capabilities remained unknown until direct engagement provided definitive assessment. The enhanced senses that developed through constant exposure to environmental conditions, where survival depended on detecting subtle changes in air pressure, humidity, temperature, and scent composition that warned of approaching weather systems or predator presence, created perceptual capabilities that exceeded normal human limitations by margins that would prove crucial during encounters with supernatural opponents, whose concealment techniques relied on assumptions about human sensory inadequacy. The ability to navigate through complete darkness using only sound and smell provided tactical advantages that conventional training could never replicate, while enabling movement through terrain where visual landmarks remained invisible, but auditory and olfactory information painted detailed pictures of surrounding conditions. The territory marking behaviors that established and maintained family boundaries involved understanding complex chemical communication systems that conveyed information about individual identity, emotional state, recent activities, and territorial claims with precision that prevented conflicts while enabling coordination of hunting activities across distances that made visual contact impossible. The scent trails that crisscrossed their domain told stories that could be read like written records by creatures whose chemical analysis capabilities enabled them to determine when specific individuals had passed through particular locations and what activities they had been pursuing during those transit périods. The seasonal migration patterns that governed their movement between different altitude zones reflected accumulated wisdom about resource availability and climatic conditions that had been refined through generations of trial and error, that had eliminated strategies producing negative survival outcomes while preserving knowledge that consistently enabled successful adaptation to changing environmental conditions. The timing mechanisms that triggered transitions between summer and winter territories operated through biological programming that responded to daylight duration and temperature patterns with accuracy that surpassed conscious calculation, while ensuring optimal positioning for exploiting seasonal opportunities. The food identification skills that Inosuke acquired during his wilderness education encompassed knowledge of thousands of plant and animal species whose nutritional value, seasonal availability, and preparation requirements determined whether foraging expeditions produced sustenance or poisoning that could prove fatal to individuals whose digestive systems had not been gradually adapted to process potentially dangerous substances. The mushrooms, berries, roots, and herbs that comprised major portions of their diet required careful evaluation based on visual characteristics, scent analysis, and seasonal timing that connected availability to optimal harvesting periods when nutritional content reached peak levels. The weather prediction abilities that developed through constant exposure to atmospheric changes that preceded dangerous storms created early warning systems that enabled protective action before conditions deteriorated to levels that threatened survival for creatures caught in exposed positions. When lightning, high winds, or temperature extremes created environmental hazards that no amount of strength or determination could overcome through direct resistance. The pressure changes that preceded major weather systems registered through internal sensors that had been calibrated through repeated experience, with correlations between specific physical sensations and subsequent meteorological developments that followed predictable patterns. The territorial defense strategies that protected their domain from intrusions by competing predators involved understanding threat assessment principles that distinguished between minor annoyances that could be ignored and serious challenges that required coordinated family response to prevent loss of critical resources or safe areas that provided essential support for survival activities. The roaring displays and aggressive posturing that served as warnings to potential invaders represented first-level responses that often resolved conflicts without violence while conserving energy and avoiding injuries that could prove fatal when medical treatment consisted entirely of natural, healing processes that required time and rest. The creation of his iconic boarhead mask represented both practical necessity and symbolic connection to the family that had raised him from helpless infant to capable predator whose strength commanded respect throughout territories where reputation determined survival prospect during encounters with creatures whose capabilities remained unknown until direct confrontation provided definitive assessment of relative power levels. The materials gathered from successful hunts provided components that could be assembled into protective headgear that served multiple functions while creating visual representation of his identity that honored adoptive heritage while establishing individual characteristics that distinguished him from every other inhabitant of mountain regions where uniqueness could prevent potentially fatal cases of mistaken identity. The skull that formed the foundation of his mask had been claimed during his first successful solo hunt against prey, whose size and strength had tested every skill learned through years of family instruction while providing tangible proof that his development had progressed beyond dependency toward capabilities that enabled independent survival in environments where weakness invited immediate elimination by competitors, whose territorial claims could only be maintained through demonstrated superiority. The cleaning and preparation of bone components required knowledge of preservation techniques that prevented decay while maintaining structural integrity that would protect his features during combat situations where facial injuries could prove permanently disabling. The hide preparations that covered framework portions of the mask involved tanning processes that had been developed through generations of practical experience, with methods for converting raw materials into durable goods that could withstand repeated exposure to moisture, temperature extremes, and mechanical stress that would destroy products created through less rigorous techniques. The natural oils and plant extracts that comprised treatment solutions penetrated cellular structures while creating protective barriers that prevented bacterial growth or insect damage that could compromise functional integrity during extended periods of continuous use under demanding field conditions. The fit adjustments that enabled comfortable wear during extended periods of physical activity required understanding of how protective equipment could enhance rather than hinder performance when properly designed to accommodate natural movement patterns while distributing weight and pressure loads across anatomical structures that could support such additions without creating fatigue or restriction that might prove fatal during combat situations where mobility determines survival outcomes. The padding materials derived from plant fibers and animal fur provided cushioning that prevented chafing while enabling secure attachment that would not shift or become dislodged during violent activities. The symbolic significance that his mask assumed within his psychological framework transcended simple, protective equipment to become representation of identity that connected his human nature to animal upbringing, while creating visual statement about values and priorities that distinguished his approach to life from methods employed by creatures whose development had occurred within traditional social structures. The fierce expression carved into facial features conveyed emotional states and tactical intentions that could intimidate opponents while reinforcing his own confidence through external manifestation of internal strength that had been developed through years of surviving challenges that would have destroyed individuals lacking similar preparation. The years of growth that transformed him from dependent infant to dominant predator occurred through exposure to experiences that tested every aspect of physical and mental development, while providing education that prepared him for challenges that domestic existence could never approximate or adequately simulate through artificial training scenarios. The strength that developed through climbing rocky precipices, where single mistakes could prove fatal, created muscle density and coordination that exceeded normal human capabilities, while building confidence that came from succeeding in situations where failure carried permanent consequences rather than temporary embarrassment. The agility that emerged through navigating forest terrain at high speeds while avoiding obstacles that could cause injuries requiring long recovery periods, developed reflexes and spatial awareness that enabled movement through three-dimensional environments where conventional approaches to locomotion proved inadequate for achieving objectives that required rapid positioning changes during dynamic situations. The balance skills that enabled travel across narrow ledges and fallen logs while carrying significant weight loads created foundational capabilities that would prove essential when combat scenarios required maintaining stability while executing complex attack sequences against opponents whose positioning strategies attempted to exploit gravitational disadvantages. The endurance that built through daily activities that involved traveling extensive distances across terrain that offered no accommodations for weakness or fatigue established cardiovascular and muscular systems that could sustain maximum effort levels for periods that exceeded normal human limitations by margins that would prove crucial during extended combat engagements where victory required outlasting opponents whose supernatural abilities might provide temporary advantages that could be overcome through superior conditioning and determination. The recovery capabilities that enabled rapid return to peak performance after exhausting efforts reflected metabolic efficiency that had been optimized through constant exposure to demands that pushed biological systems toward their maximum sustainable output levels. The self-reliance that characterized his fully developed personality reflected years of discovering that survival depended entirely on individual capabilities and decision-making, rather than external support systems that might provide assistance when circumstances exceeded personal resources or knowledge limitations. The confidence that emerged from successfully handling countless challenging situations without guidance or rescue created psychological framework that approached new problems with assumption that solutions existed and could be discovered through persistent effort applied according to principles that had proven reliable during previous encounters with seemingly impossible obstacles. The territorial dominance that he established within his mountain domain represented culmination of physical and psychological development that had transformed him from helpless dependent into apex predator whose strength commanded respect from every creature whose territory overlapped his claimed hunting grounds. The reputation that preceded his presence served as warning to potential competitors, while attracting challengers whose confidence in their own abilities led them to test his dominance through direct confrontation that provided opportunities to demonstrate capabilities that maintained his position through results rather than empty posturing or inherited status that could not be validated through performance under pressure. The loneliness that accompanied his dominant position reflected isolation that resulted from achieving capabilities that exceeded anything his adoptive family could match, while creating social distance that prevented maintaining relationships based on equality and mutual dependence that had characterized his earlier development within group structures where individual contributions supported collective survival. The awareness that his strength had progressed beyond need for protection or assistance created existential questions about purpose and identity that domestic creatures never faced due to their integration within communities that provided meaning through service to others whose welfare justified individual sacrifice and effort. The philosophical framework that governed his decision-making processes remained fundamentally animal in nature, emphasizing practical considerations about survival, territory, and dominance, while lacking exposure to abstract concepts about morality, justice, or social responsibility that human culture used to regulate behavior according to principles that transcended immediate self-interest. The world that he understood operated according to laws where strength determined outcomes and weakness invited elimination through processes that required no justification beyond natural selection mechanisms that preserved traits enabling successful reproduction while discarding characteristics that compromised survival prospects. The moment when human contact finally penetrated his isolated existence would represent collision between worldviews that had developed along completely different paths, while creating opportunities for growth that neither perspective could achieve independently, yet also establishing potential for conflicts that might prove irreconcilable when fundamental assumptions about reality produced contradictory approaches to identical situations that demanded immediate resolution through methods that satisfied both practical necessity and moral obligations that he had never previously needed to consider or accommodate within his decision-making frameworks. The morning that would transform Inosuke's understanding of his place within the natural order arrived with deceptive tranquility as autumn mist clung to mountainsides that had witnessed countless seasons pass without disturbance from creatures whose presence challenged the fundamental assumptions about territorial boundaries that had governed his existence since consciousness first awakened within the protective embrace of his adoptive family. The air carried scents that spoke of changing weather patterns and migrating prey animals, whose movements created opportunities for hunting expeditions that might provide food stores sufficient for surviving winter months that approached with inexorable certainty. Yet beneath these familiar seasonal messages flowed traces of something unprecedented that his enhanced senses could detect but not immediately classify, according to categories established through years of wilderness education. The foreign scent that drifted through morning air possessed characteristics that seemed simultaneously familiar and completely alien, carrying traces of human origin combined with metallic undertones and chemical signatures that suggested contact with materials and substances that existed beyond his direct experience, while maintaining organic components that marked the place source as living creature rather than inanimate object whose presence might indicate abandoned equipment or territorial markers left by passing travelers. The complexity of information contained within these olfactory traces created curiosity that overcame habitual caution about investigating unknowns that might represent threats requiring immediate defensive action or opportunities, demanding swift exploitation before circumstances changed in ways that eliminated potential advantages. The investigation that followed this detection led Inosuke through terrain that had been mapped through years of systematic exploration, yet revealed new details when examined with heightened attention focused on tracking sources of anomalous sense that challenged his understanding of what belonged within territories he had claimed through strength and defended through demonstrated superiority over competing predators. The path that emerged through careful analysis of scent concentration gradients wound between rocky outcroppings and dense forest, stands that provided concealment, while offering multiple escape routes should investigation reveal threats that exceeded his capabilities for direct confrontation or tactical manipulation. The human figure that materialized through morning shadows represented Inosuke's first conscious encounter with his own species, since infancy had ended within rushing waters that separated him from the world where such creatures gathered in groups and built permanent structures that modified natural environments according to purposes that his animal upbringing had never required him to understand or accommodate. The demon slayer who moved through mountain paths with obvious unfamiliarity carried equipment and wore clothing that marked him as visitor from regions where different survival strategies had been developed through exposure to challenges that mountain existence had never presented or prepared individuals to recognize and counter through appropriate responses. The swords that hung at the stranger's waist represented weapons whose design and craftsmanship exceeded anything that natural materials and primitive construction techniques could produce, their polished surfaces, reflecting light in ways that suggested metallurgical knowledge and manufacturing capabilities that required social organization and specialized skills that isolated individuals could never develop through personal experimentation or trial and error learning processes. The uniforms that covered his body provided protection and mobility through materials whose properties indicated access to resources and production methods that existed beyond anything available to creatures whose survival depended entirely on what mountain environments could provide through hunting and gathering activities. The encounter that developed between predator and visitor began with mutual assessment, as each individual attempted to categorize the other according to frameworks that had been established through previous experience with threats and barter, opportunities that might require specific response strategies. Yet both discovered that their existing knowledge proved inadequate for understanding what they faced when species recognition became complicated by developmental histories that had created capabilities and behavioral patterns unlike anything either had encountered during their respective paths toward maturity and competence within their chosen environments. The Demon Slayer's initial reaction to discovering a human figure wearing boarhead mask in remote mountain territory reflected confusion that came from encountering individual whose appearance and behavior defied conventional categories for classifying people according to social roles and cultural affiliations that normally provided guidance for appropriate interaction protocols. The weapon readiness that characterized his response demonstrated training that emphasized preparedness for supernatural threats, while his hesitation to engage immediately suggested recognition that this situation required analysis rather than automatic application of standard procedures developed for encounters with clearly identified enemies or allies. Inosuke's assessment of the stranger proceeded according to territorial dominance principles that evaluated every new presence within his domain as either challenge requiring immediate resolution through combat or non-threat that could be ignored while maintaining vigilant observation of behavioral patterns that might change circumstances requiring different response strategies. The upright posture and confident movement that characterized the Demon Slayer's approach triggered competitive instincts that had been developed through years of establishing and maintaining supremacy over creatures whose strength and cunning provided constant tests of his right to occupy prime hunting territories and claim first access to seasonal resources. The challenge that crystallized between them transcended language barriers through communication methods that both individuals understood, despite their vastly different cultural backgrounds. As aggressive posturing and territorial displays conveyed intentions and capabilities according to biological programming that preceded conscious thought, while establishing parameters for conflict resolution that would determine status, relationships going forward. The circle that they created through positioning reflected mutual recognition that direct confrontation had become inevitable, while providing space for combat that would enable full utilization of respective fighting styles without environmental interference that might produce ambiguous results, requiring additional contests to establish clear dominance hierarchy. The combat techniques that Inosuke employed during their encounter represented culmination of years spent developing fighting methods that maximized his natural advantages while compensating for limitations that mountain upbringing had created through lack of exposure to conventional weapons. Training or structured martial arts instruction that could have provided systematic approaches to combat situations involving armed opponents whose capabilities remained unknown until direct engagement revealed their strengths and potential vulnerabilities. The beast-breathing forms that emerged through intuitive application of enhanced lung capacity and muscular control created attack patterns that combined speed with unpredictability in ways that conventional training had never anticipated or prepared defenders to counter through standard defensive technique. The spatial awareness that guided his movement during their battle reflected understanding of three-dimensional combat environments that had been developed through countless encounters with prey animals whose escape strategies required prediction and interception capabilities that could overcome natural advantages in speed or agility through superior positioning and timing that transformed apparent disadvantages into tactical opportunities. The ability to read terrain features and atmospheric conditions that might influence combat outcomes enabled adaptation to changing circumstances while maintaining offensive pressure that prevented opponents from establishing comfortable defensive positions or launching coordinated counterattacks. The Demon Slayer's sword techniques revealed training methodologies that emphasized precision and efficiency over raw power, while demonstrating mastery of weapon systems that required years of disciplined practice to achieve. Competence levels sufficient for survival against supernatural opponents whose capabilities exceeded normal human limitations. The water-breathing forms that he attempted to employ against Inosuke's unorthodox attack patterns reflected systematic instruction in combat principles that had been refined through generations of practitioners whose experience with demon encounters had identified optimal approaches to eliminating threats through decisive strikes that minimized exposure to counterattack, while maximizing damage potential through proper technique application. The durability that characterized their extended engagement demonstrated how both combatants possessed conditioning that exceeded normal human standards through different developmental paths that had created enhanced capabilities while revealing limitations that became apparent only when tested against opponents whose strengths challenged areas where training or natural development had proven inadequate for handling specific tactical situations. The endurance that sustained their efforts through prolonged exchange of attacks and defensive maneuvers reflected cardiovascular and muscular systems that had been optimized for sustained high-intensity activity through exposure to challenges that pushed biological functions toward maximum, sustainable output level. The turning point that determined their contest's outcome emerged through Inosuke's ability to adapt his fighting style during active combat while exploiting openings that developed when his opponent's technique-based approach proved insufficiently flexible for countering attack. Patterns that violated conventional assumptions about human movement capabilities and tactical decision-making processes. The decisive moment that concluded their battle demonstrated how innovation and unpredictability could overcome superior formal training when circumstances favored approaches that transcended established methodologies through creative application of fundamental principles that remained valid, regardless of specific technical implementations. The victory that established Inosuke's dominance provided validation for combat methods that had been developed through practical necessity rather than systematic instruction, while demonstrating that strength earned through surviving genuine challenges could prove superior to abilities acquired through safe training environments, where mistakes carried educational value rather than permanent consequences that eliminated individuals whose capabilities proved inadequate for meeting natural selection pressures. The respect that accompanied his triumph reflected recognition that his success had been achieved through legitimate superiority rather than luck or circumstantial advantages that might not prove reliable during future encounters. The weapons that he claimed as spoils of victory represented more than simple trophies of successful combat, as the Nichiren's swords possessed qualities that distinguished them from conventional blades through metallurgical properties and design characteristics that had been developed specifically for combating supernatural threats whose nature required tools that could inflict permanent damage on creatures whose regenerative abilities made ordinary weapons ineffective for achieving decisive results. The weight and balance that characterized these specialized instruments reflected craftsmanship that optimized performance for techniques that required precision and power in combinations that normal sword designs could not accommodate, without compromising effectiveness. The interrogation that followed his victory provided Inosuke's first systematic education about realities that existed beyond his mountain domain, as the defeated demon slayer's explanations about supernatural creatures and organized resistance against demonic threats revealed scope of conflict that extended far beyond territorial disputes between competing predators, while involving moral considerations that his animal upbringing had never required him to contemplate or integrate into decision-making frameworks. The stories about demons who consumed human flesh and demon slayers who dedicated their lives to protecting innocent people from such predation introduced concepts about good and evil that transcended simple survival considerations, while challenging assumptions about natural order that had governed his understanding of how conflicts should be resolved. The Demon Slayer core that emerged through these revelations represented organizational structure that coordinated individual capabilities toward collective objectives that served purposes larger than personal advancement or territorial control, creating framework for meaningful action that transcended immediate self-interest, while providing opportunities for testing strength against opponents whose power exceeded anything that normal territorial competition could offer. The ranking system that governed advancement within their hierarchy appealed to competitive instincts that had driven his development, while offering paths toward recognition that depended on demonstrated performance rather than inherited status or political manipulation. The supernatural opponents that comprised their primary adversaries possessed capabilities that promised challenges worthy of his enhanced abilities, while representing threats whose elimination would require every advantage that mountain upbringing and natural talent could provide when properly focused through training methods that could refine raw potential into systematic competence. The descriptions of demon regeneration and blood demon arts revealed combat scenarios that would test adaptability and innovation in ways that normal predator encounters could never approach, while providing motivation for continued development that transcended simple maintenance of current, dominance level. The final selection process that determined membership within Demon Slayer ranks represented trial by combat that appealed to his understanding of how worthiness should be established through direct demonstration of capabilities under conditions where failure carried permanent consequences rather than temporary setbacks that could be overcome through repeated attempts. The 7-day survival test against captured demons offered exactly the type of challenge that his development had been preparing him to face, while providing official recognition for abilities that had been validated only through dominance over mountain creatures whose strength remained limited by natural rather than supernatural parameters. The decision to leave his familiar territory and pursue membership within organization that offered worthy opponents and meaningful challenges reflected recognition that his growth had reached limits imposed by environmental constraints rather than personal limitations, creating necessity for seeking new contexts where continued development might be possible through exposure to experiences that mountain existence could never provide, despite its value for establishing foundational capabilities. The departure from lands where he had achieved unchallenged supremacy represented evolution from territorial dominance toward broader purposes that connected individual strength to collective objectives serving protective rather than purely competitive functions. The journey toward Mount Fujikasane that would host his formal introduction to Demon Slayer trials carried him through landscapes that revealed how extensively human civilization had modified natural environments, while demonstrating that his wilderness education had prepared him for adaptation to unfamiliar conditions through principles that remained valid regardless of specific environmental characteristics or cultural contexts encountered during travel through regions where different survival strategies had been developed by populations whose challenges differed from mountain existence in scope rather than fundamental nature. The anticipation that built during his approach to final selection reflected confidence that had been earned through years of successful challenges overcome, while acknowledging that upcoming tests would require capabilities that exceeded anything his previous experience had demanded, creating psychological state that combined excitement about proving himself against worthy opponents with recognition that failure remained possible if his preparation proved inadequate for meeting standards that determined membership within organization whose reputation suggested exceptional competence among its active members. The mountain that rose before Inosuke like a monument to trials yet unimagined carried atmosphere so thick with supernatural presence that even his wilderness-honed instincts registered warnings about crossing thresholds that separated familiar dangers from threats whose nature transcended anything his animal upbringing had prepared him to recognize or counter through conventional survival strategies. Mount Fujikasane stood against evening skylight gateway between worlds, where normal rules gave way to stranger realities governed by forces that operated beyond natural law while maintaining appearances that might deceive unprepared observers into believing they faced ordinary challenges requiring only strength and determination rather than capabilities that exceeded human limitations through specialized training and supernatural enhancement. The wisteria flowers that defined boundaries between safety and mortal peril created olfactory barrier so distinct that crossing their perimeter felt like entering different realm, where atmospheric composition and energy patterns shifted according to principles that his enhanced senses could detect, but not immediately understand through frameworks established during years of mountain existence. The sweet fragrance that characterized these protective blooms carried undertones of power that transcended simple botanical properties, while suggesting connections to forces that could influence demon behavior through mechanisms that remained mysterious despite their obvious effectiveness in creating zones where supernatural predators could not pursue their normal hunting activities. The other candidates who had gathered for final selection represented diverse approaches to demon slayer preparation that revealed multiple paths toward developing capabilities sufficient for surviving trials that would determine membership within organization whose standards had been established through generations of combat against opponents whose power exceeded anything normal human society acknowledged as real or threatening to civilian populations. Their ages ranged from barely adolescent to young adults whose maturity suggested years of dedicated training, while their equipment varied from basic weapons to specialized gear that indicated access to resources and instruction that exceeded what individual determination alone could provide. Without institutional support, the nervous energy that characterized pre-trial gatherings created atmosphere of anticipation mixed with barely controlled fear, as each participant understood that upcoming 7 days would test not only fighting ability but psychological resilience under conditions where death represented permanent failure, rather than learning opportunity that could be corrected through additional preparation or modified strategies. The conversations that occurred among candidates revealed different philosophies about combat and survival, while providing final opportunities for exchanging information and techniques that might prove valuable during encounters with bamboos, demons whose capabilities remained unknown until direct engagement provided education that arrived too late for tactical adjustment. Inosuke's approach to these social dynamics reflected territorial instincts that evaluated every other participant as potential competitor, whose presence challenged his assumed dominance while simultaneously offering opportunities to assess relative strength levels through observation of behavior patterns and physical characteristics that provided intelligence about capabilities that formal introductions could never reveal with similar accuracy. His boar mask created psychological barrier that prevented normal human interaction, while projecting image of dangerous unpredictability that might intimidate less confident candidates into avoiding confrontations that could complicate his focus on upcoming supernatural challenges. The disdain that he displayed toward attempts at cooperation or group strategy formation reflected philosophical framework that prioritized individual strength over collective action, while maintaining skepticism about alliances that might prove unreliable when survival pressures eliminated social obligations in favor of fundamental self-preservation instincts. His assumption that final selection represented competition between candidates rather than shared trial against common enemies demonstrated how mountain upbringing had created worldview where cooperation existed only within established family structures, while interactions with outsiders remained governed by dominance hierarchies that determined resource allocation and territorial claims. The twin coordinators who provided briefing about trial parameters and survival requirements spoke with authority that suggested extensive knowledge about demon capabilities and historical patterns of candidate performance during previous final selections, their professional demeanor creating impression of administrative efficiency that treated upcoming life or death struggles as routine organizational procedures whose outcomes would be recorded and analyzed for statistical purposes rather than recognized as personal tragedies or triumphs that would fundamentally alter individual destinies based on 7 days of supernatural combat. The explanation of wisteria boundaries and their protective properties provided crucial tactical information while establishing basic rules that would govern trial environment and determine which areas offered temporary refuge from demonic predation versus regions where constant vigilance remained necessary for survival against creatures whose enhanced senses and supernatural abilities created hunting advantages that human opponents could overcome only through superior technique and unwavering determination. The warning that demons captured specifically for final selection roamed freely beyond protected perimeter, served as reminder that upcoming encounters would involve genuine mortal combat rather than training exercises or controlled simulations. The 7-day duration that defined trial length seemed simultaneously generous and impossibly brief, as candidates contemplated sustaining combat effectiveness and psychological stability throughout extended period of constant danger, while managing basic survival needs for food, water, and rest that became complicated when normal human vulnerabilities created opportunities for demonic exploitation. The balance between providing adequate testing time and maintaining reasonable survival expectations reflected careful consideration of standards that would identify genuinely qualified recruits without unnecessarily sacrificing promising candidates to arbitrary difficulty levels that served no practical purpose within organizational objectives. The march beyond wisteria protection began with confident steps that gradually became more cautious as reality of leaving safety impressed itself upon participants whose theoretical understanding of supernatural threats proved inadequate. For managing psychological pressure that accompanied awareness that retreat had become impossible, while assistance remained unavailable for individuals whose preparation might prove insufficient for surviving encounters with enemies whose capabilities transcended normal parameters for combat, planning, and tactical decision-making processes. The forest that engulfed advancing candidates created an environment where familiar rules about navigation and environmental awareness required constant revision as supernatural influences affected natural patterns in ways that made conventional wilderness skills unreliable for maintaining direction or identifying potential hazards that might emerge from any shadow where demons could conceal themselves while waiting for opportunities to strike at prey whose human limitations made them vulnerable to attack methods that operated beyond normal sensory detection capabilities. Inosuke's adaptation to these altered conditions proceeded through application of enhanced senses that had been developed during years of mountain survival, while remaining alert for variations in atmospheric pressure, air composition, and electromagnetic fields that indicated supernatural presence, despite attempts at concealment through techniques that might deceive normal human perception. His beast-breathing forms enabled detection of minute environmental changes, while providing enhanced physical capabilities that could support rapid response to threats whose existence became apparent only moments before attack. Implementation required immediate defensive action. The first demons that emerged from concealment represented relatively weak specimens whose capture had been accomplished, specifically because their limited capabilities made them suitable opponents for testing candidate abilities without creating impossible challenges that would result in wholesale elimination of potential recruits whose development might reach acceptable levels through additional training and experience. Their hunger-driven attacks followed predictable patterns that experienced candidates could anticipate and counter through proper technique application, while their regenerative abilities provided education about demon physiology that formal instruction could describe but not adequately demonstrate. The combat techniques that Inosuke employed against these initial opponents reflected synthesis of mountain fighting experience with intuitive understanding of blade work that had emerged through examination of captured Nichiren swords, whose design properties suggested optimal usage methods for achieving decisive results against supernatural enemies. His spatial awareness enabled prediction of demon movement patterns, while his enhanced reflexes provided timing advantages that compensated for lack of formal sword training through superior physical capabilities and tactical innovation. that adapted fundamental principles to specific circumstances encountered during each engagement. The elimination of multiple demons through efficient application of decapitation techniques validated his assumption that individual strength could overcome supernatural advantages when properly focused and applied according to principles that prioritized decisive action over cautious approaches that might provide safety at cost of missing opportunities for achieving rapid victory. The satisfaction that accompanied successful combat served as psychological reinforcement that encouraged aggressive tactics while building confidence that his preparation had been adequate for meeting trial requirements despite unconventional nature of his training methodology. The scent analysis that guided tactical decisions during these encounters demonstrated advantages that enhanced senses provided for gathering intelligence about demon capabilities, emotional states, and physical condition that visual observation might miss entirely, while enabling prediction of attack patterns based on physiological indicators that preceded conscious decision-making by intervals sufficient for implementing appropriate countermeasures. The ability to distinguish between different demon types through olfactory information created classification system that enabled tactical adaptation while providing early warning of threats whose capabilities might require modified approach strategies. The prayers that he offered for eliminated demons reflected recognition that these creatures had once possessed human nature before transformation, altered their fundamental characteristics, while creating moral framework that acknowledged tragedy inherent in their existence, despite necessity of their destruction for protection of innocent people, whose safety depended on demon slayers' willingness to perform duties that involved ending lives of beings who bore responsibility for their actions despite circumstances that had led to their current condition. The progression deeper into demon territory that his success enabled brought encounters with increasingly dangerous opponents whose enhanced capabilities represented greater challenges while providing opportunities to test combat skills against creatures whose power levels approached those of demons that active corps members might face during regular operational assignments. The gradient of threat that characterized trial environment ensured that surviving candidates would demonstrate sustained competence rather than single victories that might result from favorable circumstances or opponent weakness rather than genuine qualification. The territorial behavior that Inosuke displayed during encounters with other candidates reflected competitive instincts that viewed their presence as intrusion upon hunting grounds where his success should not be diminished by competitors, whose activities might reduce opportunities for demonstrating superiority through personal achievement. His aggressive responses to attempts at cooperation or mutual assistance demonstrated how mountain upbringing had created social patterns that prioritized individual accomplishment over collective survival, while maintaining skepticism about alliances that might prove unreliable when resources became scarce. The stamina that sustained his aggressive approach throughout multiple days of constant combat reflected conditioning that had been developed through years of mountain survival, where energy conservation had been balanced against necessity for maintaining readiness to respond to threats or opportunities that might emerge without warning during any season or environmental condition. The enhanced lung capacity that enabled sustained high-intensity activity provided tactical advantages, while his familiarity with managing physical resources during extended periods of stress enabled continued effectiveness when less experienced candidates began showing signs of exhaustion. The tactical innovation that emerged through repeated combat experiences demonstrated adaptability that could modify fighting techniques based on opponent characteristics and environmental conditions, while maintaining core principles that had proven effective for achieving decisive results through application of superior speed, strength, and spatial awareness. The beast-breathing forms that he developed during these encounters represented synthesis of natural ability with weapon-based combat requirements that created fighting style uniquely suited to his capabilities, while providing framework for continued development through practical application. The isolation that resulted from his antisocial approach to trial participation created psychological pressure that tested mental resilience, while eliminating support systems that other candidates developed through cooperation and mutual encouragement during periods when individual morale might have wavered under stress of constant danger and physical exhaustion. The self-reliance that had characterized his mountain existence proved valuable for maintaining focus and determination when circumstances eliminated external validation or assistance that might otherwise have sustained motivation through difficult periods. The deeper penetration into high-threat areas that his success enabled brought encounters with demons whose capabilities required maximum effort and tactical creativity for survival, while providing education about supernatural abilities that exceeded anything his previous experience had suggested possible through observation of natural predators whose enhanced characteristics remained bound by biological limitations. The blood demon arts that some opponents employed created environmental hazards and attack methods that required instant adaptation, while demonstrating complexity of supernatural warfare that formal training could describe, but practical experience alone could adequately prepare candidates to handle. The psychological challenge that accompanied sustained exposure to creatures whose nature violated fundamental assumptions about reality tested mental stability while requiring continued performance effectiveness despite horror and dawned revulsion that normal human consciousness experienced when confronted with evidence that evil could achieve physical manifestation through processes that transformed recognizable human characteristics into monstrous parodies of natural form. The ability to maintain combat focus despite emotional trauma demonstrated psychological resilience that would prove essential for career longevity within organization whose duties involved regular exposure to supernatural horrors. The final day that concluded his trial period brought reflection on experiences that had tested every aspect of his development, while providing validation that mountain upbringing and natural abilities had created foundations sufficient for membership within Demon Slayer Corps, despite unconventional nature of his preparation compared to formal training methods that other successful candidates had received through established instructional programs. The survival that he had achieved through individual effort without reliance on cooperation or assistance provided psychological satisfaction, while demonstrating that self-reliance could prove adequate for meeting organizational standards. The emergence from trial grounds as successful candidate represented transition from uncertain potential to confirmed capability, while establishing formal recognition of abilities that had been developed through experiences that differed significantly from conventional paths toward Demon Slayer qualification. The uniform and equipment that would identify him as core member carried symbolic weight that connected individual achievement to organizational identity, while providing practical tools that would enhance combat effectiveness during missions requiring coordination with other operatives whose backgrounds might prove more conventional than his unique developmental history. The Crow assignment that provided communication capabilities and mission coordination reflected integration into structured hierarchy that would channel individual strength toward collective objectives while maintaining recognition that his unconventional approach might prove valuable for situations where standard methods had proven inadequate for achieving desired results. The Kasugai system represented first systematic relationship with non-human intelligence that acknowledged his capabilities while providing framework for continued learning and adaptation to organizational requirements that transcended individual preferences or territorial instincts. The departure from Mount Fujikasane carried anticipation about future challenges that would test abilities against opponents whose power levels exceeded anything encountered during final selection, while providing opportunities for continued growth through exposure to experiences that formal training environments could never replicate or adequately simulate through controlled scenarios. The knowledge that he had earned membership within organization dedicated to protecting humanity from supernatural threats created sense of purpose that transcended personal advancement while connecting individual strength to moral framework that his mountain upbringing had never required him to develop or maintain through conscious choice rather than instinctive behavior. The mountain path that led away from his triumph at final selection wound through terrain that seemed to exist in perpetual twilight, where ancient trees filtered sunlight into patterns of shadow and illumination that created an atmosphere of mystery perfectly suited for the encounter that would transform Inosuke's solitary approach to demon slaying into something resembling partnership, though he would resist such categorization with every fiber of his fiercely independent nature. The familiar weight of his newly acquired uniform and the constant presence of his assigned crow served as reminders that his success had bound him to an organization whose protocols and expectations might prove as challenging to navigate as any supernatural opponent he had faced during his trials on Mount Fujikasane. The mission assignment that had brought him to this remote region spoke of supernatural activity that followed patterns unlike anything his mountain experience had prepared him to understand. As reports described, a house where rooms shifted according to demonic will rather than architectural logic, while sounds emerged that suggested human presence despite the absence of any living inhabitants who might account for the disturbing noises that local witnesses had reported before abandoning the area entirely. The very concept of structures that could alter their internal geography through supernatural influence challenged assumptions about reality that his wilderness upbringing had established through years of reliable experience with environments that remained constant despite seasonal changes or weather variations. The approach to Kyogai's domain revealed itself gradually through sensory information that painted increasingly disturbing picture of what awaited investigation, as the scent signatures that drifted through forest air carried traces of human fear so intense that it had apparently soaked into wooden structures and surrounding vegetation, while mixing with demonic presence that possessed characteristics unlike any supernatural creature he had encountered during his recent trials. The metallic undertones that accompanied these olfactory messages suggested violence that had occurred repeatedly over extended periods, while the complex layering of different human scents indicated multiple victims whose terror had been harvested systematically rather than consumed through single, devastating encounters. The house itself stood like monument to architectural impossibility, its external appearance suggesting ordinary rural dwelling, while atmospheric disturbances around its perimeter indicated internal conditions that violated natural law through mechanisms that remained invisible to normal observation, yet created psychological pressure that affected even enhanced senses trained to detect supernatural anomalies. The windows that should have provided glimpses into interior spaces reflected only darkness that seemed to move independently of light sources, while sounds emerged from within that suggested occupancy, despite the obvious absence of any conventional inhabitants who might account for the disturbing activities that local reports had attributed to demonic influence. The decision to enter this obviously dangerous structure reflected confidence that had been validated through recent success, combined with curiosity about challenges that might test abilities against opponents whose capabilities exceeded anything he had previously encountered, while providing opportunities for continued development through exposure to supernatural threats that formal training could never adequately simulate. The door that provided access to interior spaces opened easily despite appearances that suggested it might be secured against intruders. Yet the threshold crossed represented passage into realm where familiar rules about navigation and spatial relationships would prove inadequate for understanding or predicting environmental conditions. The first indication that this dwelling operated according to principles that transcended normal architecture came through sounds that reverberated from directions that should have been impossible given the building's external dimensions, as voices and movements seemed to originate from spaces that existed beyond what structural engineering should have been able to accommodate within the footprint that external observation had revealed. The floor beneath his feet felt solid and stable, yet transmitted vibrations that suggested vast hollow areas whose existence contradicted visual evidence while creating acoustic properties that amplified and distorted sounds in ways that made accurate source identification extremely difficult. The rooms that he discovered during initial exploration revealed furniture arrangements and decorative elements that appeared normal until examined closely, when details emerged that suggested everything had been positioned according to aesthetic principles that prioritized psychological impact over functional utility, while creating atmosphere of unease that transcended simple unfamiliarity to encompass active hostility toward human presence. The dust patterns that covered surfaces indicated abandonment over extended periods, yet showed disturbances that suggested recent activity by inhabitants whose movement patterns defied explanation through conventional understanding of how people normally interacted with domestic spaces. The supernatural manipulation that governed the house's internal geography became apparent through gradual recognition that corridors led to destinations that changed depending on approach direction and timing, rather than maintaining consistent spatial relationships that would enable reliable navigation through systematic exploration and mapping techniques. The doors that had initially opened into specific rooms began revealing different spaces when utilized repeatedly, while maintaining identical external appearances that provided no visual clues about what lay beyond their thresholds, creating maze-like conditions where progress toward any objective became impossible through conventional wayfinding methods. The 3 days that he spent trapped within this shifting environment tested patience and problem-solving abilities in ways that mountain survival had never required, as natural environments remained consistent enough to enable learning and adaptation, while this supernatural domain changed according to rules that seemed designed specifically to prevent comprehension or mastery through human intelligence and determination. The frustration that built during repeated attempts to establish reliable routes between known locations created psychological pressure that threatened to overwhelm rational thinking processes, while his enhanced senses provided information that often contradicted visual evidence about spatial relationships and architectural features. The hunger that developed during extended confinement without access to food sources created additional stress that combined with sleep deprivation and constant vigilance requirements to produce physical and mental fatigue that would have broken individuals whose conditioning had not been established through years of surviving challenges that pushed biological systems beyond normal limitations. The water sources that he occasionally discovered within the shifting rooms provided essential hydration, while their inconsistent availability forced careful rationing that connected immediate consumption decisions to long-term survival planning under conditions where resource allocation miscalculations could prove fatal. The demonic presence that he could detect throughout the building remained frustratingly elusive, despite enhanced senses that should have enabled location and engagement with whatever creature controlled these supernatural manifestations, as the source of power seemed to permeate every surface and atmosphere without concentrating in ways that would permit direct confrontation through conventional attack methods. The realization that his normal hunting strategies proved inadequate for dealing with opponents whose influence operated through environmental manipulation rather than physical presence created necessity for developing new approaches that could address threats whose nature transcended his previous combat experience. The sounds that penetrated his isolation during the third day of confinement represented first indication that other human presence might exist within this supernatural maze, as voices carried emotional characteristics that suggested individuals whose circumstances paralleled his own predicament, while potentially offering opportunities for cooperation that his normal territorial instincts would have rejected under less disparate condition. The possibility that he might not be alone in facing whatever challenges this demonic domain presented created both hope for assistance and concern about competition for limited resources that his mountain upbringing had taught him to view as inévitably scarce during survival situations. The approach toward these voices required navigation through room configurations that seemed to shift more rapidly when direct progress towards specific objectives was attempted, suggesting that the controlling intelligence possessed awareness of his intentions, while actively working to prevent achievement of goals that might threaten its dominance over the domestic environment it had transformed into hunting ground. The corridors that should have provided direct access to locations where sounds originated instead led to empty spaces or different rooms entirely, while maintaining appearances that suggested successful navigation until arrival revealed deception that had been accomplished through supernatural influence. The explosive entrance that finally brought him into contact with other trapped individuals occurred when frustration with systematic navigation failures led him to abandon caution in favor of direct action that utilized enhanced strength to create new passages through walls and barriers that architectural convention would have considered permanent features. The destruction of supposedly solid surfaces revealed that much of the building's apparent structure existed as illusion designed to channel movement along predetermined paths while concealing alternatives that creative problem-solving might discover through willingness to challenge assumptions about what constituted immutable environmental constraints. The discovery of Zenitsu cowering behind furniture while attempting to comfort a terrified child provided first glimpse of how other demon slayers had been responding to challenges that exceeded their training and experience, while creating immediate opportunity to assess relative capabilities and psychological resilience that might influence tactical decisions about cooperation versus individual action. The obvious fear that characterized both individuals suggested that their approaches to supernatural threats differed significantly from his own aggressive methodology, while potentially offering perspectives that could prove valuable for understanding opponent capabilities and environmental hazards that direct confrontation alone might not reveal. The child whose safety had become priority for his fellow demon slayer represented civilian involvement that complicated tactical considerations while creating moral obligations that his mountain upbringing had never required him to acknowledge or accommodate within decision-making frameworks that prioritized survival efficiency over protection of individuals whose capabilities remained inadequate for contributing to collective defense efforts. The recognition that some humans required active protection, rather than simply avoiding interference with their independent survival efforts, introduced philosophical complexities that challenged assumptions about responsibility and group dynamics that had been established through years of family-based territorial behavior. The psychological assessment that he conducted through observation of their interaction patterns revealed personality characteristics that might prove either advantageous or problematic for coordinated action against supernatural opponents, whose capabilities remained unknown despite 3 days of exposure to their environmental manipulation techniques. Zenitsu's obvious terror, combined with apparent combat training, created contradictory impressions that suggested either hidden depths or fundamental incompetence that could endanger any partnership arrangement, while the child's complete helplessness established clear protection priorities that would influence all subsequent tactical planning and risk assessment procedures. The introduction that followed his dramatic appearance proceeded according to social protocols that his isolated upbringing had never taught him, while revealing information about organizational structure and mission parameters that formal Demon Slayer orientation had apparently provided to candidates whose preparation had followed more conventional educational pathways. The crow that served as communication link between field operatives and headquarters represented systematic coordination that transcended individual initiative, while potentially constraining tactical flexibility through requirements for reporting and approval that might prove inadequate for addressing rapidly changing circumstances during supernatural encounters. The mission briefing that emerged through their conversation revealed scope of demonic influence that exceeded his initial assessment, while providing intelligence about opponent capabilities that 3 days of solitary investigation had failed to uncover through direct observation and analysis. The systematic disappearances that had preceded their arrival indicated hunting patterns that targeted specific victim profiles, while the house's reputation for claiming demon slayers suggested that whatever creature controlled this domain possessed power levels that exceeded standard threat, categories that new operatives might reasonably expect to handle through individual effort and conventional technique application. The decision to work together despite personality conflicts and philosophical differences reflected recognition that supernatural challenges of this magnitude required capabilities that no individual possessed, while creating necessity for coordination methods that could maximize collective effectiveness, despite lack of established trust or compatible approaches to combat strategy and tactical implementation. The reluctant alliance that developed between individuals whose backgrounds and temperaments created natural antagonism demonstrated how external pressures could overcome personal preferences when survival requirements demanded cooperation that transcended individual comfort zones. The exploration strategy that they developed through negotiation and compromise represented fusion of different approaches to investigation and threat assessment, while accommodating various capability levels and psychological limitations that affected each participant's potential contributions to collective success. The systematic room-by-room advancement that replaced his previous random wandering created more efficient progress toward locating and engaging whatever demonic presence controlled environmental conditions, while providing mutual support that enabled sustained vigilance and coordinated response to threats that might overwhelm individual operatives despite their enhanced training and natural abilities. The encounter with other trapped individuals within the shifting rooms revealed extent of demonic influence while providing additional intelligence about opponent tactics and capabilities that direct confrontation alone could never have, uncovered through conventional combat engagement methods. The civilians, whose terror provided evidence of psychological warfare capabilities combined with environmental manipulation, suggested that they faced opponent whose power transcended simple physical threats while operating according to strategic principles that required comprehensive understanding for successful countermeasures that could address both immediate dangers and underlying supernatural mechanisms that sustained demonic control over domestic architecture and spatial relationships. The coordination that gradually developed through shared challenges and mutual dependence created foundation for partnership that transcended initial territorial conflicts while revealing how individual strengths could complement each other when properly integrated through tactical planning that acknowledged different capabilities and limitations rather than attempting to impose uniform approaches that might prove inadequate for addressing complex supernatural threats, requiring diverse skill sets and adaptive strategies that no single individual could provide regardless of training quality or natural talent levels. The recovery that followed their escape from Kyogai's supernatural domain had provided Inosuke with his first extended exposure to what Demon Slayer operations could achieve through coordinated effort, yet the lessons learned about partnership and tactical cooperation remained secondary to his growing awareness that the challenges ahead would require capabilities that exceeded anything his mountain upbringing or recent trials had prepared him to face. The Wisteria House that served as sanctuary for injured operatives represented infrastructure and support systems that transcended individual self-reliance, while offering glimpses into organizational resources that could enhance combat effectiveness through proper utilization of available assistance and specialized knowledge that no single person could accumulate through personal experience alone. The mission assignment that summoned them toward Mount Natagumo arrived through channels that demonstrated systematic intelligence gathering and threat assessment capabilities that enabled headquarters to deploy appropriate personnel against supernatural dangers whose scope and complexity required specific skill combinations and experience levels for successful resolution. The briefing that accompanied their orders painted a disturbing picture of Demon Slayer operatives who had entered mountain territory in response to civilian disappearances, only to turn against each other in acts of violence that contradicted every principle of core training and mutual support while suggesting enemy capabilities that transcended physical combat to encompass psychological manipulation of unprecedented sophistication and power. The implications of controlled demon slayers attacking their own comrades created tactical challenges that conventional combat preparation had never addressed, as traditional approaches to supernatural warfare assumed that human operatives would maintain cooperative relationships while facing demonic opponents whose threat assessment could proceed according to established parameters for enemy identification and appropriate response protocols. The possibility that allies might become weapons in enemy hands introduced variables that required constant vigilance and modified engagement rules that could distinguish between voluntary betrayal and supernatural compulsion, while maintaining effectiveness against genuine threats that retained traditional characteristics. The mountain paths that led toward their assigned operational area wound through terrain that seemed to exist under permanent shadow despite clear weather conditions, as if the very atmosphere had been tainted by supernatural influences that affected light transmission and air quality in ways that created an oppressive environment where normal human comfort and confidence gradually diminished through exposure to conditions that suggested proximity to evil forces. whose power could alter natural systems according to principles that remained invisible, yet undeniably present to enhanced senses, trained for detecting such anomalies. The forest that began where normal vegetation ended created transition zone between familiar natural environment and supernatural realm, where different rules applied to survival, navigation, and basic assumptions about reality that human consciousness required for maintaining sanity and operational effectiveness under conditions where conventional wisdom might prove not only inadequate, but dangerously misleading when applied to circumstances that operated according to logic that transcended normal understanding of cause and effect relationships. The trees that dominated cursed landscapes seemed to lean inward with deliberate hostility, while their branches intertwined overhead to block sunlight and create perpetual twilight that favored creatures whose enhanced senses provided advantages that human operatives could overcome only through superior technique and unwavering determination. Inosuke's initial approach to mountain reconnaissance reflected confidence that had been built through recent successes, combined with aggressive instincts that viewed unknown challenges as opportunities for demonstrating superiority, rather than potential threats requiring careful analysis and tactical preparation before engagement could proceed safely. His assumption that direct action would prove adequate for overcoming whatever supernatural obstacles they might encounter reflected philosophical framework that prioritized individual strength over collaborative strategy, while maintaining skepticism about approaches that emphasized caution over boldness when facing enemies whose capabilities remained uncertain until direct confrontation provided definitive assessment. The discovery of Murata cowering behind fallen timber, with obvious signs of psychological trauma that had reduced a trained demon slayer to terrified survivor whose rational thinking had been overwhelmed by experiences too horrific for normal human consciousness to process, provided first concrete evidence of what they faced, while demonstrating how quickly confidence could be shattered by encounters that exceeded preparation and training. His fragmented account of demon slayers attacking each other painted picture of supernatural influence that could override conscious will and moral commitment through mechanisms that remained mysterious despite their obvious effectiveness in transforming protective instincts into destructive compulsions that served demonic objectives. The territorial assessment that Inosuke conducted through enhanced sensory analysis revealed environmental conditions that differed significantly from normal forest ecosystems, as scent patterns indicated presence of multiple demons operating in coordination rather than individual predators following typical territorial behavior, while atmospheric disturbances suggested blood demon arts that could affect large areas through mechanisms that transcended simple physical manipulation to encompass reality alteration that made conventional tactical assumptions potentially dangerous rather than merely inadequate for achieving mission success under circumstances that required innovative approaches to supernatural warfare. The puppet strings that controlled attacking demon slayers represented manifestation of blood demon art that violated fundamental assumptions about individual autonomy and free will, while creating immediate tactical situation where normal approaches to combat and cooperation became impossible when allies could be transformed into enemies through supernatural manipulation that overrode conscious choice and moral commitment. The sight of human bodies moving according to demonic will, rather than personal volition, challenged basic understanding of what distinguished human from monster, while creating threat assessment problems that conventional training had never addressed or prepared operatives to handle through standard response procedures. The decision to immobilize rather than eliminate controlled operatives reflected moral framework that recognized essential humanity beneath supernatural influence, while creating tactical complications that more pragmatic approaches might have avoided through lethal response to immediate threats. Regardless of underlying circumstances that made such violence tragic rather than simply necessary, Inosuke's careful placement of incapacitated slayers in tree branches where they could not continue attacking while remaining alive demonstrated development toward considering consequences beyond immediate tactical advantage while maintaining effectiveness against genuine supernatural enemies, whose elimination remained primary objective. The beast-breathing seventh form's spatial awareness that he employed for locating hidden enemies represented culmination of enhanced sensory development that had been refined through years of mountain hunting combined with systematic training that focused natural abilities towards specific combat, applications requiring precision and reliability under conditions where detection failures could prove immediately fatal. The vibration analysis that enabled identification of concealed opponents through environmental disturbances created tactical advantages that supplemented visual observation while providing intelligence that conventional reconnaissance methods could never achieve with similar accuracy or comprehensive coverage of three-dimensional combat environments. The mother spider demon, whose web of control had reduced brave warriors to marionettes, dancing according to malevolent choreography, embodied form of evil that transcended simple predation to encompass deliberate corruption of everything noble about human nature, transforming those who had dedicated lives to saving others into instruments of destruction that betrayed every principle they had sworn to uphold. Her casual manipulation of human souls revealed depth of malice that exceeded territorial hunting or survival requirements, while demonstrating how supernatural power could be applied towards psychological torture that served no purpose, beyond deriving pleasure from suffering and moral degradation that destroyed victims spiritually before consuming them physically. The coordinated attack that Tanjiro and Inosuke launched against the mother's position required tactical cooperation that transcended personality differences while combining their respective capabilities in ways that created synergistic effectiveness, exceeding what either could have achieved. Individually against opponent whose blood demon art provided advantages that could only be overcome through creative application of multiple combat styles working toward shared objectives. The understanding that developed between them during this engagement demonstrated how battlefield necessity could forge partnerships that remained functional despite fundamental disagreements about methodology and philosophy that might prevent cooperation under less urgent circumstance. The headless puppet that represented pinnacle of the mother's control capabilities possessed combat effectiveness that exceeded normal human limitations through supernatural enhancement that transformed controlled operative into weapon whose power transcended original training and natural ability, while eliminating psychological constraints that might have limited performance through fear or moral consideration. The mechanical precision with which this ultimate creation moved and fought demonstrated how completely supernatural influence could override human characteristics while utilizing enhanced capabilities that made conventional defensive techniques inadequate for survival against opponents whose nature combined human intelligence with demonic power. The diagonal cutting technique that proved effective against this supreme puppet required tactical innovation that moved beyond established water-breathing forms toward creative adaptation that utilized environmental factors and positional advantages in ways that formal training had never specifically addressed, yet remained consistent with fundamental principles that governed successful swordsmanship against supernatural opponents. The success of this improvised approach validated flexibility and tactical creativity over rigid adherence to prescribed techniques when circumstances demanded solutions that exceeded standard operational procedures while maintaining effectiveness against threats whose capabilities required unprecedented responses. The mother's elimination through merciful water-breathing technique reflected Tanjiro's influence on tactical approaches that could achieve necessary results while acknowledging suffering inherent in demonic existence despite moral framework that required their destruction for protection of innocent people. The blessed rain after drought form that ended her torment provided death that honored retained humanity while fulfilling operational objectives that demanded permanent elimination of threats whose supernatural abilities made rehabilitation or containment impossible through available methods and resources that Demon Slayer operations could realistically deploy under field conditions. The warning about 12 Kizuki presents that accompanied the mother's final moments provided crucial intelligence about threat escalation that transformed routine elimination mission into encounter with elite demons whose capabilities represented qualitatively different levels of danger, requiring modified tactics and enhanced preparation that exceeded anything their current experience had provided through previous encounters with lower-ranked supernatural opponents. The knowledge that upper or lower moon demons awaited deeper in mountain territory created tactical situation where retreat might have represented appropriate response if mission parameters had not required complete elimination of supernatural threats to prevent future civilian casualties. The separation that occurred when Father Spider Demon's overwhelming physical power scattered their coordinated unit demonstrated how individual supernatural abilities could negate numerical advantages through simple application of strength that exceeded human limitations by margins that made conventional resistance approaches inadequate for maintaining tactical formation or mutual support during combat situations where survival required adaptation to circumstances that training scenarios had never simulated with sufficient realism to prepare operatives for managing such devastating capability disparities. The father demon who emerged from concealment embodied physical power that exceeded anything their combined experience had prepared them to counter through conventional combat techniques. His massive size and overwhelming strength, creating tactical environment where established approaches to demon elimination proved inadequate, while his casual dismissal of their attacks demonstrated gulf between their current capabilities and power levels that would be required for achieving success against opponents whose abilities transcended normal parameters for supernatural combat encounters that new operatives might reasonably expect to survive through individual effort and team coordination. Inosuke's separation from Tanjiro during the father's devastating counterattack created survival scenario that tested individual capabilities without backup support, while forcing tactical adaptation to circumstances where mutual assistance became impossible due to physical distance and immediate threat management requirements that demanded complete focus on personal survival rather than coordinated strategy implementation. The isolation that resulted from this forced separation eliminated advantages that partnership had provided while creating psychological pressure that could undermine confidence and tactical thinking during critical moments when clear judgment remained essential for survival. The blade breakage that occurred during his desperate attempts to inflict meaningful damage on the father demon provided brutal education about equipment limitations when facing opponents whose supernatural durability exceeded cutting capacity of standard Nichiren swords, demonstrating how supernatural encounters could eliminate primary weapons through normal usage against enemies whose defensive characteristics made conventional attack methods ineffective, regardless of technique, quality, or application. Precision. The realization that his most reliable combat tools could prove inadequate against sufficiently powerful opponents created necessity for tactical revision that acknowledged equipment constraints while seeking alternative approaches that might achieve required results through different methodologies. The strangulation attempt that nearly ended his life represented closest approach to death that he had experienced since infant survival in mountain waters, creating psychological impact that transcended physical trauma to encompass recognition that individual strength remained insufficient for overcoming certain categories of supernatural opponent, despite years of development and recent training that had suggested adequate preparation for Demon Slayer operations. The helplessness that accompanied impending death provided perspective on mortality that mountain dominance had never imposed, while creating motivation for continued growth that transcended simple competitive instincts toward recognition of genuine capability gaps that required systematic attention. Giyu Tomioka's intervention that eliminated Father Demon with effortless efficiency demonstrated qualitative differences between Hashira-level capabilities and standard Demon Slayer abilities, while providing education about power, levels that existed within core, hierarchy, and standards that elite operatives had achieved through dedication that exceeded normal human commitment to martial arts development and supernatural combat preparation. The Water Hashira's casual dispatch of opponent who had overwhelmed their combined efforts illustrated gap between current skill levels and mastery that years of additional training might eventually provide through systematic development guided by appropriate instruction and practical experience. The humiliation that followed his failed challenge to Giyu after the battle's conclusion created psychological crisis that forced fundamental revision of self-assessment and confidence levels that had been built through mountain dominance and recent mission successes, revealing limitations that more challenging opponents could expose, despite apparent adequacy for handling threats within appropriate difficulty ranges. The rope bondage that restrained his aggressive behavior served as physical manifestation of power differential, while demonstrating how completely superior technique could neutralize aggression through methods that eliminated resistance without requiring harmful force, application, or permanent injury that might compromise future development potential. The depression that settled over him during aftermath reflection represented first genuine encounter with personal inadequacy since achieving mountain supremacy, creating psychological state that questioned fundamental assumptions about individual capability and self-reliance that had formed core elements of identity and philosophical framework throughout his development, from feral child, Demon Slayer operative. The recognition that strength alone remained insufficient for achieving objectives that required capabilities he currently lacked forced consideration of alternatives that mountain upbringing had never suggested or validated through successful application under challenging circumstances that tested adaptive capacity and willingness to acknowledge personal limitations. The rescue operations that followed their survival of Father Demon encounter involved coordinating with Hashira-level support while managing civilian protection responsibilities that added complexity to tactical considerations beyond simple combat effectiveness toward comprehensive mission success that encompassed multiple objectives requiring different skill sets and priority management systems. The integration of their capabilities with superior operatives demonstrated how individual contributions could remain valuable within larger operational contexts, despite obvious limitations when compared to elite performance standards that represented ultimate development goals for continued advancement within core hierarchy. The revelation that demons could possess family structures and emotional relationships that paralleled human social organization while maintaining evil nature and predatory behavior created philosophical complications that challenged simplified approaches to supernatural warfare that treated all demons as identical threats requiring uniform elimination procedures regardless of individual circumstances or retained characteristics that might complicate moral assessment of necessary violence. The false bonds that connected spider demons provided education about how supernatural influence could corrupt natural relationships, while creating tactical considerations about enemy psychology and motivation that exceeded simple, hunger-driven behavior patterns. The exhaustion that accompanied extended combat operations under high-stress conditions tested physical conditioning and mental resilience that had been developed through mountain survival while revealing recovery requirements and resource management considerations that would influence future mission planning and preparation protocols designed to maintain operational effectiveness throughout extended engagements against multiple opponents whose capabilities required sustained maximum effort for successful elimination. The cumulative fatigue that affected judgment and reaction time demonstrated importance of tactical pacing and strategic resource allocation during complex operations involving multiple supernatural encounters that could exceed individual endurance limitations despite enhanced conditioning and determination. The journey toward the butterfly mansion that would serve as sanctuary for recovery and transformation unfolded through landscapes that seemed designed to provide gradual transition from the horrors of Mount Natagumo toward environments where healing could occur without constant vigilance against supernatural threats that had dominated their recent experiences. The Kikuchi operatives who supervised their transport maintained professional efficiency that treated their injuries with systematic care, while ensuring that passage toward medical facilities proceeded according to protocols that prioritized patient stability over speed or convenience that might compromise recovery prospects for operatives whose survival had been achieved through margins too narrow for comfort or confidence about similar outcomes under comparable circumstances. The mansion itself occupied terrain that had been selected for both defensive advantages and therapeutic qualities that could support physical rehabilitation while providing psychological environment conducive to recovery from trauma that extended beyond simple wounds to encompass spiritual damage that supernatural encounters inevitably inflicted upon human consciousness. Forced to acknowledge realities that normal existence could safely ignore. The architecture that welcomed their arrival reflected traditional Japanese design principles elevated through attention to detail and quality of materials that created atmosphere of serene beauty, capable of counteracting memories of violence and horror that might otherwise interfere with healing, processes that required mental peace as much as medical intervention for achieving complete restoration. The medical facilities that Shinobu Kocho had developed within her domain represented fusion of traditional healing arts with scientific innovation that created therapeutic capabilities exceeding anything available through conventional treatment methods, as her expertise in demon physiology and poison applications had provided insights into human biology that enabled medical interventions of unprecedented precision and effectiveness. The laboratories and treatment rooms that comprised her specialized infrastructure demonstrated how individual genius could enhance organizational capabilities when properly supported through resources and authority that enabled experimentation and development beyond what standard medical practice could achieve through established procedures alone. The assessment that determined his treatment requirements involved comprehensive evaluation of injuries that extended beyond obvious physical damage to encompass subtle effects of supernatural exposure and psychological trauma that could influence recovery trajectories in ways that conventional medicine had never needed to address or understand through systematic study. The throat damage that had resulted from Father Demon's strangulation attempt required specialized intervention that addressed both mechanical injury and potential complications from supernatural contact that might create healing difficulties or unexpected side effects requiring modified therapeutic approaches developed through experience with similar cases. Aoi Kanzaki's role as primary rehabilitation coordinator demonstrated how non-combatant personnel contributed essential capabilities to Demon Slayer operations through specialized knowledge that supplemented frontline expertise while providing continuity of care that active operatives could never maintain due to mission requirements that demanded constant availability for deployment against threats that emerged according to enemy schedules rather than convenient timing for medical appointments or follow-up evaluations. Her analytical approach to physical therapy and conditioning created educational environment that addressed individual limitations and strengths through personalized programs that maximized recovery potential while acknowledging realistic constraints that treatment could improve but never completely eliminate. The younger assistants who supported rehabilitation activities brought perspectives that reminded Inosuke of family relationships he had never experienced through normal human development while providing practical help that enabled more intensive training than individual effort could sustain. Throughout extended recovery periods, where consistent progress required external motivation and systematic encouragement, their enthusiasm and dedication created collaborative atmosphere that transformed potentially tedious conditioning work into shared activities that built relationships while advancing therapeutic objectives that connected physical improvement to emotional healing through social interaction that his isolated upbringing had never provided or suggested as valuable for personal development. The total concentration breathing constant that formed cornerstone of advanced Demon Slayer conditioning required fundamental revision of autonomic processes that most people never consciously controlled, transforming respiration from unconscious biological function into deliberately managed system that could enhance all physical capabilities while providing foundation for accessing power that exceeded normal human limitations through systematic optimization of oxygen delivery and metabolic efficiency. The mental discipline required to maintain enhanced breathing patterns during all daily activities, including sleep, created psychological framework that prepared consciousness for managing abilities that conventional training could never develop or sustain through traditional educational approaches. The initial difficulty that characterized his adaptation to this advanced conditioning reflected how comfortable he had become with intermediate skill levels that seemed adequate for missions he had completed successfully. Yet the resistance he encountered when attempting to modify established breathing habits demonstrated how deeply ingrained patterns could become obstacles to continued development when circumstances required abandonment of familiar techniques in favor of approaches that initially felt awkward or unnatural, despite their theoretical advantages. The frustration that accompanied early training sessions provided motivation for persistence while teaching valuable lessons about how mastery required patience with gradual progress rather than expecting immediate results from effort applied according to new methodologies. The competition that developed between him, Tanjiro, and Zenitsu during their rehabilitation period created healthy rivalry that pushed each participant toward higher performance levels while building bonds of mutual respect and friendship that transcended personality differences and conflicting approaches to problem solving that might otherwise have prevented cooperation during future operations, where their lives would depend on absolute trust and coordination between partners whose capabilities complemented each other, despite divergent training backgrounds and philosophical frameworks that shaped their individual responses to tactical challenges requiring collective solutions. The cup-catching exercise that served as initial assessment of their reflexes and coordination revealed significant gaps between current capabilities and standards that would be required for advanced missions, while providing systematic method for measuring improvement through objective criteria that eliminated subjective evaluation or personal bias that might influence progress assessment in ways that compromised accuracy of development tracking. The simple nature of this test concealed sophisticated understanding of neuromuscular coordination that connected hand-eye coordination to broader categories of physical competence that determined combat effectiveness against supernatural opponents whose speed exceeded normal human reaction capabilities. The tea-serving practice that followed successful completion of basic reflex training introduced elements of precision and control that combat applications required, while teaching patience and attention to detail that could prevent careless mistakes during high-pressure situations where minor errors might produce catastrophic consequences that endangered entire mission success or teammate survival. The meditative aspects of these repetitive activities provided psychological benefits that complemented physical conditioning while creating mental state that could maintain focus despite external stressors or internal anxiety that might otherwise interfere with performance during critical moments, requiring absolute concentration and flawless execution. Kanao Tsuyuri's involvement in their rehabilitation program provided example of advanced technique application that demonstrated what sustained dedication could achieve when natural talent was combined with systematic instruction and unwavering commitment to perfection in every aspect of Demon Slayer arts. Her apparent effortlessness in activities that challenged their maximum efforts served as inspiration while illustrating gaps between their current abilities and levels that would be required for facing threats that exceeded anything their previous experience had prepared them to handle through individual capability or team coordination that remained limited by weakest member performance standards. The coin-flipping decision-making process that governed Kanao's behavioral patterns revealed psychological adaptation to trauma that had created functional responses to situations where normal emotional processing might have proven inadequate for maintaining operational effectiveness, yet also demonstrated how survival mechanisms could become limitations that prevented full development of human potential when circumstances no longer required such protective measures against psychological damage that past experiences had inflicted through exposure to violence and loss that exceeded normal childhood preparation for adult responsibilities and moral complexities. The gradual breakthrough that occurred when total concentration breathing constant finally became natural and unconscious represented transformation that extended beyond simple technical achievement to encompass fundamental alteration of physical capabilities and mental framework that would influence every aspect of future performance during combat operations and daily activities alike. The sensation of enhanced oxygen delivery and metabolic efficiency created awareness of previous limitations, while providing tangible evidence that systematic training could produce results that seemed impossible when viewed from perspective of earlier capability levels that had appeared adequate until comparison with enhanced standards revealed their insufficiency. The endurance improvements that accompanied successful breathing modification became apparent through training exercises that had previously exhausted them completely, yet now could be sustained for extended periods while maintaining effectiveness and tactical awareness that enemy encounters would demand throughout engagements that might last far longer than their previous missions had required. The cardiovascular enhancement that resulted from optimized respiration enabled sustained high-intensity activity, while recovery periods between maximum efforts decreased significantly, creating operational advantages that would prove crucial during extended battles against multiple opponents or single enemies whose capabilities required prolonged engagement for successful elimination. The strength increases that emerged through enhanced oxygen delivery to muscular systems provided foundation for weapon techniques that required power levels exceeding normal human limitations, while enabling tactical approaches that had previously been impossible due to physical constraints that systematic conditioning had gradually eliminated through targeted development programs. The explosive movement capabilities that became available through improved muscle oxygenation created tactical options for positioning and attack initiation that could overcome supernatural speed advantages through superior acceleration and directional change capacity during dynamic combat situations. The flexibility training that complemented breathing enhancement addressed range of motion limitations that could prove fatal during encounters with opponents whose attack patterns required evasive maneuvers that exceeded normal human breaths, joint mobility and muscular extension capabilities, while core stability exercises developed balance and coordination that enabled complex sword techniques to be executed reliably under combat stress that might otherwise compromise precision through physical instability or inadequate postural control during rapid movement sequences that demon elimination required for achieving decisive results against supernatural opponents. The meditation practices that were integrated into physical conditioning taught mental disciplines that could maintain focus and emotional equilibrium despite psychological pressures that supernatural encounters inevitably created through exposure to horrors that challenged fundamental assumptions about reality and morality, while requiring continued performance effectiveness, despite revulsion and fear that normal human responses produced when confronted with evidence that evil could achieve physical manifestation through processes that violated natural law. The breathing techniques that supported meditative states created foundation for combat psychology that could function efficiently regardless of external circumstances or internal emotional turmoil that might otherwise interfere with turmoil, tactical thinking and technique execution. The dietary modifications that supported enhanced conditioning requirements involved nutritional planning that optimized recovery and performance through systematic attention to mineral and vitamin requirements that intensive training created, while accounting for increased caloric demands that enhanced metabolic rates imposed upon digestive systems that required adjustment periods for adapting to consumption levels that exceeded normal human nutritional needs. The meals prepared within Butterfly Mansion reflected understanding of how proper nutrition could accelerate healing and capability development while providing psychological comfort through shared dining experiences that reinforced social bonds between individuals whose cooperation would determine mission success during future opérations. The sleep optimization that accompanied breathing training addressed rest quality issues that could compromise recovery and performance despite adequate duration, as enhanced oxygen delivery during sleep periods improved cellular repair processes, while systematic breathing during unconscious hours maintained conditioning benefits that might otherwise be lost through periods of reduced activity that normal sleep patterns imposed upon development programs, requiring consistent physiological enhancement. The gradual adaptation to sleeping while maintaining total concentration breathing created automatic responses that would function regardless of conscious attention or environmental conditions that might distract awareness from technical requirements. The psychological counseling that addressed trauma and confidence issues resulting from Mount Natagumo experiences involved systematic discussion of fear responses and self-doubt that could interfere with combat effectiveness, while providing cognitive frameworks that could process horrific memories without allowing them to compromise future performance. Through anxiety or hesitation during critical moments requiring decisive action, the group sessions that included all three recovering operatives created opportunities for shared processing of experiences while building mutual understanding that strengthened partnerships through emotional vulnerability that combat situations alone could never create or sustain through external circumstances. The competitive exercises that were designed to channel rivalry into productive development created measurement systems that enabled objective assessment of progress while maintaining motivation through peer pressure and achievement, recognition that appealed to individual pride and desire for superiority that could be directed toward collective improvement, rather than divisive conflicts that might undermine team effectiveness. The tournaments and challenges that marked advancement milestones provided ceremonial recognition of accomplishments while establishing clear hierarchies based on demonstrated performance rather than theoretical knowledge or inherited status that could not be validated through practical application. Under demanding conditions, the equipment maintenance training that taught proper care and optimization of weapons and gear addressed practical skills that could determine survival during extended missions where replacement supplies remained unavailable, while mechanical failures might prove fatal if operatives lacked knowledge and tools for performing field repairs under adverse conditions. The understanding of Nichiren's sword properties and maintenance requirements created foundation for maximizing weapon effectiveness while extending equipment lifespan through systematic attention to factors that could compromise performance or reliability during combat applications that demanded perfect function regardless of environmental stresses or usage intensity. The strategic education that supplemented physical conditioning involved systematic study of demon types and capabilities that previous encounters had revealed while developing tactical approaches that could address various blood demon arts and supernatural abilities that field operations might encounter without advance warning or preparation time, that conventional mission planning assumed would be available for threat assessment and response strategy development. The case studies that illustrated successful and failed approaches to specific enemy types provided learning opportunities that could prevent repetition of tactical errors while building knowledge base that enhanced survivability through pattern recognition and adaptive thinking. The graduation ceremony that marked completion of rehabilitation training represented transition from recovery phase toward renewed operational readiness, while acknowledging transformation that had occurred through systematic development that exceeded simple healing to encompass fundamental capability enhancement that would influence every aspect of future Demon Slayer activities. The recognition that they had achieved standards qualifying them for advanced mission assignments created sense of accomplishment, while establishing new baseline expectations for performance that reflected enhanced abilities and expanded responsibilities that success had earned through demonstrated competence under challenging conditions that tested every aspect of their development and preparation. The assignment that brought their newly strengthened team into contact with Kyojiro Rengoku arrived through channels that demonstrated increasing confidence in their capabilities, while presenting challenges that would test enhanced conditioning and improved coordination against threats whose magnitude exceeded anything their previous missions had required them to face as unified tactical unit. The Flame Hashira's reputation preceded their meeting through stories that emphasized not only exceptional combat abilities but leadership qualities, and inspirational presence that could elevate performance of subordinate operatives through example and direct instruction that transformed theoretical knowledge into practical wisdom applicable during life or death encounters with supernatural opponents whose power demanded every possible advantage. The train that served as their operational theater represented convergence of traditional supernatural threats with modern technological innovation that created unprecedented tactical environment where conventional demon slayer approaches would require adaptation to enclosed spaces and mechanical systems that could complicate combat, while civilian passengers created protection responsibilities that transformed straightforward elimination missions into complex scenarios requiring discrimination between legitimate targets and innocent bystanders whose safety took precedence over operational convenience or tactical preferences that might endanger uninvolved individuals whose welfare justified accepting additional risks and constraints upon fighting methods. The initial boarding that introduced them to this mobile battlefield proceeded with Inosuke's characteristic disregard for social conventions and appropriate behavior in civilized settings, as his mountain upbringing had provided no preparation for navigating etiquette requirements or noise limitations that public transportation demanded from passengers whose conduct could disturb other travelers seeking peaceful journey experiences. His boisterous reactions to trains' mechanical systems and interior appointments reflected genuine amazement at technological achievements that isolated wilderness existence had never exposed him to, while creating social tensions that required management through diplomatic intervention by teammates whose cultural education had been more comprehensive. The introduction to Rengoku that followed their settling into assigned seats revealed personality whose enthusiasm and optimism seemed to burn with actual flame-like intensity that could banish shadows through sheer force of positive energy, while maintaining underlying steel that marked him as warrior whose cheerful demeanor concealed depths of determination and capability that had been forged through years of facing supernatural evil, without allowing its corruption to diminish his faith in human potential and moral victory over forces that sought to destroy everything noble about consciousness and civilization that demons threatened through their very existence. The mission briefing that the Flame Hashira provided during their journey toward the operational area painted disturbing picture of systematic disappearances that had claimed 40 civilians whose vanishing followed patterns suggesting supernatural predation conducted with intelligence and planning that exceeded normal demon hunting behavior, while creating tactical challenges that would require investigation and analysis capabilities, supplementing combat effectiveness for achieving mission success through understanding rather than simple application of superior force against enemies whose methods remained mysterious. Despite obvious results that demanded immediate intervention and resolution, the casual efficiency with which Rengoku eliminated the first demon that emerged during their journey demonstrated Hashira-level capabilities applied against routine threats while providing educational opportunity for observing advanced flame-breathing techniques executed with precision that transformed potentially dangerous encounter into brief demonstration of how superior training and experience could overwhelm supernatural opponents whose power might intimidate less experienced operatives. The speed and decisiveness that characterized his response illustrated tactical principles about seizing initiative and maintaining aggressive pressure that prevented enemies from implementing countermeasures or utilizing blood demon arts that might complicate combat through environmental manipulation or psychological warfare. The training request that they directed toward him during quieter moments of travel reflected recognition that proximity to elite operative created unprecedented opportunity for accelerated learning that formal instruction could never provide through classroom settings or practice scenarios that lacked authenticity and immediate relevance. That real experience brought to educational interactions between mentor and students, whose development could benefit from exposure to perspectives shaped by extensive practical application of Demon Slayer principles under demanding field conditions that tested every aspect of theoretical knowledge through implementation against genuine threats. The sleep that eventually claimed all passengers as evening darkness fell over their speeding train represented first indication that supernatural influences had begun affecting their mission environment through mechanisms subtle enough to avoid detection until effects became apparent through universal unconsciousness that eliminated normal vigilance and defensive preparations that should have remained active throughout journey through territory where demon activity had been reported by intelligence sources whose reliability demanded constant readiness for combat engagement, regardless of apparent safety that enclosed transportation might suggest to unwary travelers. The dream that enveloped Inosuke during this supernatural sleep transported him into underground cave expedition scenario that reflected his subconscious desires for leadership and exploration in environments that combined familiar wilderness elements with exciting unknown territories that offered opportunities for demonstrating capabilities while discovering new challenges worthy of his enhanced abilities and tactical knowledge. The detailed nature of this induced vision created complete sensory experience that made distinguishing between dream and reality extremely difficult, while providing psychological satisfaction that made resistance to continued sleep nearly impossible. Despite training that should have enabled recognition of supernatural influence and appropriate countermeasures, the leadership role that his dream self assumed during imaginary cave exploration provided emotional rewards that his competitive nature craved while creating scenario where his decisions determined outcomes for followers whose safety and success depended upon his judgment and tactical expertise in ways that validated self-image as capable commander worthy of respect and obedience from subordinates whose acknowledgement of his superiority fulfilled psychological needs that his mountain upbringing and recent experiences had created. Through constant emphasis on individual achievement and dominance establishment through demonstrated performance under challenging circumstances, the awakening that interrupted these satisfying dreams came through external stimuli that penetrated supernatural influence with sufficient intensity to restore consciousness, despite blood demon artifacts that had been designed to maintain sleep states indefinitely, while victims remained unaware of their vulnerability to predation or manipulation that could occur while their awareness remained suppressed through mechanisms that operated beyond normal understanding of how sleep and consciousness functioned under natural conditions, versus supernatural interference that violated biological processes through demonic power application. Tanjiro's urgent voice calling his name provided anchor to reality that enabled complete return to conscious awareness, while conveying information about immediate threats that required instant tactical response, despite confusion, disorientation that accompanied transition from dream state to combat readiness under circumstances where delay might prove fatal for passengers and crew whose protection had become primary mission objective, superseding all other considerations, including personal safety or operational preferences that might conflict with civilian welfare requirements that Demon Slayer principles demanded be given absolute priority, regardless of tactical complications. The revelation that their entire train had become demon represented unprecedented encounter with blood, demon, art that could integrate supernatural abilities with mechanical systems in ways that transformed familiar transportation into weapon and hunting ground, whose every component served demonic purposes while maintaining appearances that concealed true nature from passengers whose trust and cooperation enabled continued predation. Through methods that exploited human assumptions about safety and security that normal travel should provide under civilized conditions where supernatural threats remained hidden from public awareness. The protective assignment that emerged from tactical assessment divided responsibilities according to individual capabilities, while ensuring comprehensive coverage of vulnerable areas where civilian safety required constant vigilance against attacks that could emerge from any direction within. Transformed environment where traditional concepts of interior and exterior space became meaningless, when entire structure served as demonic body whose components could be manipulated according to supernatural will rather than mechanical constraints that normal vehicles required for operational functionality and passenger security. The coordination between him and Tanjiro that developed during initial response to crisis demonstrated how enhanced training and shared experience had created partnership capable of adapting quickly to unprecedented tactical situations, while maintaining effectiveness despite circumstances that exceeded anything their preparation had specifically addressed through conventional scenarios or established protocols for demon elimination operations. The division of labor that allocated demon elimination to him, while Tanjiro focused on passenger protection, reflected understanding of relative strengths and tactical preferences that could maximize collective effectiveness through specialization rather than redundant effort that might leave critical areas inadequately defended. The beast-breathing spatial awareness that he employed for locating Enmu's weak points represented practical application of enhanced sensory capabilities that rehabilitation training had refined, while demonstrating how systematic conditioning could transform natural abilities into tactical tools that provided significant advantages during combat operations, requiring precise intelligence about enemy vulnerabilities and structural characteristics that visual observation alone could never identify with sufficient accuracy for targeting decisions that would determine mission success or failure through single strikes against carefully selected objectives. The navigation through train interior that his investigation required involved adaptation to confined spaces and mechanical obstacles that differed significantly from wilderness environments where his movement capabilities had been developed while maintaining tactical effectiveness despite spatial constraints that limited options for positioning and evasive maneuvering that open terrain normally provided during combat encounters with supernatural opponents whose abilities might require three-dimensional tactical thinking and rapid repositioning for survival against attacks that could emerge from unexpected directions or utilize environmental features as weapons. The conductor's startled reaction to his aggressive investigation methods reflected civilian incomprehension of supernatural threats and appropriate countermeasures, while creating social complications that could interfere with mission effectiveness if public disorder or panic prevented. Systematic search procedures that demon elimination required for locating and engaging targets whose concealment capabilities made thorough investigation essential despite inconvenience or alarm that methodical tactical operations might create among passengers whose safety depended upon activities they could neither understand nor appreciate until successful completion prevented disasters they never realized threatened their survival. The demonic ingrowths that attacked during his search represented manifestations of Enmu's integration with train systems while demonstrating how blood demon arts could create tactical environments where every surface and structural element became potential weapon whose activation could occur without warning or visible preparation that might provide advance notice of impending attacks. The tentacle-like appendages that emerged from walls and furnishings required constant vigilance and rapid response capabilities, while their regenerative properties made permanent elimination impossible without addressing fundamental source that sustained their manifestation through supernatural power channeled into mechanical systems. The discovery of Enmu's neckbone running beneath train floor provided crucial intelligence about enemy anatomy and vulnerability locations, while revealing scope of demonic integration that had transformed entire vehicle into single organism whose vital points remained hidden within structural elements that normal observation would never identify as targets requiring attack for achieving permanent elimination of threat. The disgusting nature of this revelation tested psychological resilience while providing tactical information that enabled development of elimination strategy that could address enemy weaknesses despite protective mechanisms that concealed critical targets from casual discovery. The coordinated plan that emerged through consultation with Tanjiro demonstrated tactical thinking that could adapt established principles to unprecedented situations, while utilizing individual capabilities in combinations that maximized effectiveness against enemy configurations that conventional training had never addressed through specific instruction or practice scenarios. The division of responsibilities that allocated flesh destruction to him, while Tanjiro focused on neck targeting, reflected understanding of how different combat styles could complement each other when properly coordinated towards shared objectives that required simultaneous execution for overcoming defensive mechanisms that single approaches could not penetrate successfully. The giant eyes that Enmu manifested during final phase of combat represented blood demon art evolution that could counter their tactical approach, while demonstrating enemy intelligence and adaptive capability that exceeded simple predatory behavior to encompass strategic thinking and countermeasure implementation that required immediate response modification for maintaining operational effectiveness. The sleep-inducing properties that these ocular weapons possessed created immediate threat to consciousness and combat capability while requiring destruction that could be accomplished through techniques that his beast-breathing forms were specifically designed to achieve against targets that required rapid elimination before their effects could compromise mission success. The floor destruction that exposed Enmu's neckbone for final attack represented culmination of investigation and tactical planning that had identified enemy vulnerabilities while creating conditions necessary for decisive strike that could achieve permanent elimination through coordinated effort that utilized both operatives' capabilities in sequence that maximized damage potential while minimizing exposure to counterattacks that might prevent successful technique completion. The precision required for this operation demanded perfect timing and spatial awareness that enhanced training had developed, while demonstrating how systematic conditioning could enable performance under pressure that exceeded normal human limitations through focused application of enhanced capabilities. The victory that concluded their portion of demon elimination provided validation for tactical approaches that had been developed through creative adaptation of established principles to unprecedented circumstances, while demonstrating effectiveness of enhanced conditioning and partnership, coordination against supernatural threats whose capabilities required innovative solutions that conventional methods could not address through standard operational procedures. The successful completion of assigned objectives created foundation for confidence in abilities, while acknowledging that greater challenges awaited that would test capabilities against opponents whose power exceeded anything they had previously encountered during their developing careers as demon slayers. The aftermath that followed Enmu's elimination brought them face to face with Akaza, whose sudden appearance represented escalation to threat levels that exceeded their current capabilities while providing brutal education about power, differentials that existed within demon hierarchy and combat, situations where individual strength became irrelevant when facing opponents whose abilities transcended human limitations by margins that made resistance appear futile rather than merely difficult. The Upper Moon Three's casual dismissal of their presence while engaging Rengoku demonstrated how completely elite demons operated beyond normal tactical considerations that governed fights between more evenly matched opponents. The helplessness that characterized their witness to Rengoku's final battle created psychological trauma that exceeded physical injuries through exposure to loss, that challenged fundamental assumptions about strength and protection, while forcing recognition that dedication and skill might prove insufficient against enemies whose power operated according to rules that human effort could not overcome, regardless of training quality or personal determination. The sight of their mentor figure mortally wounded, despite obvious superiority over any threat they had previously faced, provided sobering perspective on dangers that awaited as their careers progressed toward encounters with increasingly powerful, supernatural opponents whose capabilities might exceed any possibility of survival through individual or team effort alone. The mission that would introduce their battle-tested trio to the sophisticated dangers of urban demon slaying arrived through assignment protocols that demonstrated headquarters' growing confidence in their abilities while presenting challenges that would test not only enhanced combat skills, but adaptability to operational environments where supernatural threats concealed themselves within complex social structures that civilian populations had created without awareness of the predators who moved among them with calculated patience and deliberate malice. The sound Hashira Tengen Uzui, whose flamboyant presence commanded attention through sheer force of personality, represented introduction to elite operative, whose methods differed dramatically from Rengoku's inspirational leadership, while maintaining effectiveness that had been proven through years of successful missions against opponents whose capabilities required unconventional approaches that standard Demon Slayer training could never adequately prepare operatives to implement. The entertainment district that served as their destination embodied concentration of human vice and vulnerability that created ideal hunting ground for demons whose predatory strategies exploited moral weakness and social isolation that characterized individuals whose life circumstances had separated them from protective community structures that might otherwise have provided security through mutual vigilance and collective support systems. The red light district's maze of pleasure houses and gambling establishments represented terrain where normal rules about public behavior and social interaction had been suspended in favor of transactional relationships that prioritized immediate gratification over long-term welfare, considerations that might have created natural resistance to supernatural manipulation and predation. The mission parameters that Tengen explained during their journey toward operational area revealed scope of personal investment that transcended professional obligation, as his 3 wives had disappeared during undercover investigation that had been designed to identify demon presence through systematic infiltration of establishments where missing persons reports suggested predatory activity beyond normal, criminal behavior that local authorities could recognize or address through conventional law enforcement methods. The emotional stakes that accompanied tactical objectives created psychological pressure that could affect judgment and decision-making processes, while demonstrating how personal relationships could enhance motivation for mission, success through connections that transcended abstract duty toward organizational goals. The disguise operation that their arrival necessitated represented first exposure to social infiltration techniques that required suppression of natural behavioral patterns and adoption of personas that could blend seamlessly into target environment without arousing suspicion that might compromise investigation objectives or alert enemy agents whose surveillance capabilities remained unknown until direct contact provided intelligence about detection methods and countermeasures that sophisticated demons might employ for protecting operational security within territories they had claimed through systematic elimination of potential threats to their continued predatory activities. Inosuke's assignment to Ogimoto House involved integration into establishment whose social dynamics operated according to rules that his wilderness upbringing had never required him to understand or navigate successfully, while his natural aggression and territorial instincts created constant risk of exposure that could compromise entire operation if his inability to maintain appropriate persona attracted attention from individuals whose loyalty to house management might motivate them to report suspicious behavior to authorities whose investigation could reveal demon slayer presence before tactical objectives had been achieved through systematic intelligence gathering and target identification procedures. The women who managed daily operations within Pleasure House demonstrated survival skills that had been developed through exposure to dangers that transcended normal social threats while maintaining facade of compliance and cooperation that concealed psychological resilience and strategic thinking, capabilities that enabled them to navigate complex power relationships where individual safety depended upon reading intentions and managing responses according to principles that prioritized long-term survival over immediate comfort or personal preference that might conflict with institutional expectations or patron demands that could prove dangerous if handled inappropriately. The investigation that he conducted while maintaining cover identity required development of observational skills that could gather intelligence through casual conversation and routine interaction, while avoiding direct questioning or obvious surveillance activities that might alert subjects whose cooperation remained essential for accessing information about missing persons and unusual events that civilian witnesses might have observed without understanding their significance for demon slayer operations. The balance between thorough information gathering and operational security demanded constant attention to social cues and behavioral feedback that could indicate whether cover identity remained effective or required modification to prevent exposure. The gossip that he overheard regarding Makio's illness provided first concrete evidence of supernatural involvement while revealing pattern of isolation and behavioral change that demon influence typically produced in victims whose transformation served enemy objectives through methods that remained invisible to normal observation, but created recognizable effects among individuals whose familiarity with victims' normal personality enabled detection of alterations that stranger might dismiss as temporary mood variation or natural response to environmental stress, rather than evidence of supernatural manipulation requiring immediate intervention and tactical response. The atmospheric change that his enhanced senses detected during approach to Makio's room provided advance warning of supernatural presence while demonstrating how systematic conditioning and sensory development could identify threats that conventional investigation methods would miss entirely. until direct confrontation revealed dangers that might have been avoided through earlier recognition and appropriate countermeasures. The subtle alterations in air pressure and electromagnetic fields that preceded demon manifestation created detectable signatures for operatives whose training had included recognition of such environmental indicators as tactical intelligence requiring immediate response. The destroyed room that greeted his investigation revealed evidence of struggle and supernatural violence that had occurred without attracting attention from other residents whose failure to respond suggested either fear-induced paralysis or supernatural influence that had prevented normal human reactions to obvious distress and property damage that should have triggered intervention or at minimum investigation by individuals whose safety might be threatened by whatever forces had been responsible for such obvious destruction within their shared living space. The ceiling concealment that the demon employed during his initial search demonstrated tactical intelligence and environmental awareness that exceeded simple predatory behavior, while revealing opponent capabilities that included spatial manipulation and concealment techniques that could enable ambush attacks or escape maneuvers that made direct confrontation difficult to achieve. Through conventional approach, methods that assumed enemies would engage openly, rather than utilizing architectural features and building knowledge for tactical advantages that home territory provided against unfamiliar intruders. The pursuit that followed his detection of demonic presence tested navigation skills and spatial awareness within building environments that differed significantly from wilderness terrain where his tracking abilities had been developed, while requiring adaptation to confined spaces and artificial lighting conditions that could interfere with sensory analysis and movement patterns that natural environments had never constrained through architectural barriers or structural limitations that affected tactical options during dynamic chase sequences requiring rapid decision-making under pressure. The escape that his quarry achieved, despite aggressive pursuit, demonstrated enemy capabilities that exceeded his current tactical approach, while providing intelligence about demon abilities that included superior environmental knowledge and possibly supernatural enhancement that enabled evasion through methods that conventional tracking could not counter, without modification of strategy and technique application that addressed specific advantages that home territory and enhanced abilities provided to opponents whose preparation exceeded what standard demon encounters had suggested would be necessary for successful engagement and elimination. The discovery of the tunnel entrance that led to underground demon nest represented breakthrough in investigation that had been achieved through persistence and systematic search patterns rather than initial tactical success, demonstrating how continued effort and methodical approach could overcome early setbacks, while revealing scope of enemy operations that extended beyond simple predation to encompass infrastructure development and territory establishment, that indicated long-term planning and organizational capability that exceeded normal demon behavior patterns through strategic thinking and resource allocation that suggested sophisticated intelligence guiding operational development. The descent into subterranean hunting ground that his investigation revealed tested courage and tactical thinking against unknown environment where enemy advantages would be maximized through familiar territory and controlled conditions, while his own capabilities might be compromised through unfamiliarity with spatial layout and potential hazard locations that could be exploited for ambush attacks, or environmental manipulation that utilized architectural features as weapons against intruders whose presence threatened established predatory operations that had been developed through careful planning and systematic implementation over extended time periods. The obi strips that dominated underground chamber represented manifestation of blood demon art that operated through textile manipulation and binding techniques that could restrain or strangle victims while providing storage and transportation capabilities that enabled systematic collection and preservation of prey for consumption according to schedules that maximized nutritional value and operational security, rather than immediate gratification that might attract unwanted attention from authorities whose investigation could compromise entire predatory operation through exposure, and intervention that demon activities required be prevented through careful concealment and tactical planning. The captives suspended within demonic textile prison included civilian victims and fellow demon slayers whose capture demonstrated enemy capability for overcoming trained operatives through methods that exceeded simple combat superiority to encompass tactical intelligence and preparation that could neutralize advantages that formal training and enhanced conditioning normally provided against supernatural opponents, whose abilities remained within predictable parameters that established counter-strategies could address through appropriate technique, application, and coordinated tactical response that individual capability alone might prove insufficient to overcome successfully. The recognition of Zenitsu among captured victims created immediate tactical complication that required balancing rescue priorities with combat effectiveness, while maintaining operational security that enemy surveillance might compromise. Through observation of response patterns and capability, assessment that could influence demon tactical planning, and countermeasure development for future encounters with similar operational approaches that demon slayer methods might employ repeatedly due to training standardization and procedural consistency that enemy intelligence gathering could exploit for developing effective defensive strategies and ambush preparations. The Obi demon's communication with intruders demonstrated intelligence and psychological warfare capabilities that exceeded simple predatory behavior while revealing personality characteristics and tactical thinking that suggested individual consciousness and strategic planning, rather than instinct-driven hunting patterns that most demons employed for prey acquisition and territory maintenance. The threats and negotiations that emerged through this interaction provided intelligence about enemy psychology and possible tactical weaknesses that proper manipulation might exploit for creating advantages that direct combat approaches had failed to achieve through conventional demon slayer techniques and established operational procedures. The combat that ensued between him and textile-based blood demon art required tactical adaptation to opponent whose attack methods differed significantly from conventional demon combat patterns, while providing education about supernatural abilities that could manipulate environmental conditions and physical constraints in ways that made normal evasion and counterattack strategies inadequate for achieving effective results against enemy techniques that operated through mechanisms that standard demon slayer training had never addressed through specific instruction or practice. Scenario development that could prepare operatives for such unconventional supernatural warfare applications. The elasticity demonstration that enabled Obi strips to fold along his blade revealed defensive capabilities that could neutralize cutting attacks through mechanical properties rather than supernatural regeneration, creating tactical situation where established demon elimination techniques proved ineffective while requiring innovative approaches that could overcome physical characteristics that differed from normal demon anatomy and defensive mechanisms that previous experience had suggested would respond predictably to Nichiren's sword applications executed according to established technical principles and systematic tactical approaches. The threat to rescued civilians that Obi Demon employed as psychological warfare demonstrated sophisticated understanding of human psychology and moral obligations that demon slayers accepted as fundamental principles governing operational conduct, while creating tactical dilemma where pursuit of primary mission objectives might require accepting civilian casualties that professional ethics would not permit under any circumstances, regardless of strategic advantages that such ruthless prioritization might provide for achieving demon elimination through methods that sacrificed innocent lives for tactical expedience that moral framework explicitly prohibited. The arrival of Tengen's wives as combat support provided tactical reinforcement while revealing systematic planning and coordination that had preceded their underground operation through intelligence gathering and preparation that enabled appropriate positioning and resource allocation for addressing threats whose capabilities required collective response rather than individual effort, regardless of enhanced training and conditioning that recent development had achieved through systematic rehabilitation and skill enhancement, programs that had prepared them for increasingly challenging operational assignments requiring greater capability than previous missions had demanded. The coordinated assault that destroyed Obi Demon involved tactical cooperation that utilized individual strengths while compensating for limitations through team coordination that maximized collective effectiveness against supernatural opponents whose capabilities exceeded what any single operative could overcome through individual effort despite enhanced training and natural ability that systematic conditioning had optimized for Demon Slayer operations. The success that concluded this phase of mission demonstrated how proper teamwork could overcome obstacles that individual capability could not address successfully, while providing foundation for continued cooperation during escalated threats that would require even greater coordination and tactical sophistication for achieving mission success against increasingly powerful supernatural opponents whose abilities would test every aspect of their enhanced development and partnership effectiveness. The period following their victory against the Upper Moon demons in the Entertainment District brought recognition of capabilities that had been tested against elite supernatural opponents, while revealing the scope of challenges that still awaited them in the escalating conflict between Demon, Slayer Corps, and Muzan's hierarchy of increasingly powerful lieutenants whose abilities transcended anything previous generations of demon slayers had faced during centuries of supernatural warfare. The accomplishment of defeating Upper Rank 6 after more than a century without such victories demonstrated progress that exceeded organizational expectations, while acknowledging that their success had been achieved through circumstances and coordination that might not prove replicable against opponents whose power levels approached those of the highest-ranking demons, whose capabilities remained largely theoretical due to lack of survivor testimony from encounters with such elite supernatural entities. The Hashira training program that emerged from strategic planning sessions among core leadership represented systematic response to intelligence, indicating that final confrontation with Muzan Kibutsuji had become inevitable while current operational readiness remained inadequate for surviving encounters with Demon King, whose power exceeded all documented supernatural abilities through margins that made conventional preparation methods insufficient for achieving victory through established tactical approaches and individual capability enhancement that normal training programs could provide within available time constraints. The recognition that extraordinary measures would be required for preparing operatives to face unprecedented threats motivated development of intensive conditioning programs that could accelerate capability development through methods that pushed human limitations toward their absolute maximum potential. The stone Hashira Gyomei Himejima, whose physical and spiritual strength represented pinnacle of human achievement in supernatural combat, served as primary instructor for foundational conditioning that would prepare them for advanced training under other Hashira, whose specialized techniques required base capability levels that exceeded normal Demon Slayer standards through margins that made preliminary preparation essential for surviving instructional intensity that could prove fatal for inadequately conditioned participants. His massive presence and obvious piety created educational environment where physical development occurred within spiritual framework that connected enhanced capability to moral purpose, while preventing corruption that pure power pursuit might create through disconnection from protective values and ethical constraints. The morning training sessions that began before dawn tested endurance and determination through exercises that seemed designed to break willpower rather than build strength. As repetitive activities continued beyond normal human tolerance levels while maintaining precision requirements that prevented mental detachment or mechanical completion that might reduce effectiveness through inattention to technical details that determined whether conditioning achieved systematic improvement or merely created exhaustion without corresponding capability enhancement. The boulder pushing that comprised major portions of daily activity required coordination of strength, balance, and breathing techniques that integrated multiple training elements while providing measurable progress indicators that connected effort to observable results. The meditation periods that punctuated physical conditioning addressed psychological preparation for facing supernatural evil that exceeded anything their previous experience had exposed them to, while building mental resilience that could maintain functionality despite horror and trauma that encounters with ultimate demonic power would inevitably produce through direct contact with malevolence that transcended normal understanding of what evil could achieve through concentrated will and supernatural ability. The breathing techniques that supported meditative states created foundation for combat psychology that could function efficiently regardless of external circumstances or internal emotional responses that might otherwise compromise. Tactical effectiveness during critical moments requiring absolute focus and flawless technique execution. The dietary regimen that accompanied intensive conditioning involved nutritional planning that supported enhanced metabolic demands while optimizing recovery and performance through systematic attention to mineral and protein requirements. That extreme physical development created when human systems were pushed toward their maximum sustainable output levels for extended periods without normal rest intervals, that conventional training assumed would be available for cellular repair and energy restoration. The meals that were prepared according to Hashira specifications reflected understanding of how proper nutrition could accelerate development while preventing breakdown that inadequate fuel supply might cause when biological systems operated beyond normal parameters through enhanced training. Intensity. The weapons training that supplemented basic conditioning introduced advanced techniques that required physical capabilities exceeding normal human limitations while demonstrating how proper preparation could enable application of combat methods that seemed impossible when viewed from perspective of standard Demon Slayer education that had been designed for facing conventional, supernatural threats, rather than opponents whose power transcended established categories for enemy classification and tactical response development. The chain and spiked ball weapons that Gyomai employed demonstrated alternative approaches to demon elimination that utilized different principles while maintaining effectiveness that validated innovation over rigid adherence to traditional sword-based combat methods. The teamwork exercises that were integrated into individual development created coordination capabilities that could function under extreme stress while building trust and communication systems that would prove essential during final confrontation, where individual survival would depend upon collective effectiveness and mutual support that required absolute reliability from partners whose performance during critical moments would determine whether shared objectives could be achieved through coordinated effort that transcended personal limitations through systematic cooperation. The synchronized activities that built these bonds tested patience and adaptability, while creating shared experiences that established emotional connections deeper than professional relationships normally achieved. The philosophical discussions that emerged during rest periods addressed moral and spiritual dimensions of their mission that extended beyond tactical considerations toward fundamental questions about human nature and purpose. That final battle would test through circumstances where survival might require choices between competing values that normal existence had never forced them to confront or resolve through decisive action under ultimate pressure. The wisdom that Gyomei shared through these conversations provided framework for maintaining ethical foundation while accepting necessity for violence that their protective role demanded, despite personal costs that such actions inevitably imposed upon individuals whose conscience remained functional despite systematic exposure to supernatural warfare. The progress assessment that marked advancement through training phases involved evaluation criteria that measured not only physical capability, but psychological resilience and spiritual strength that would prove equally important during encounters with enemies whose power included ability to corrupt and manipulate human consciousness through supernatural influence that could prove more dangerous than direct physical assault if adequate mental defenses had not been developed through appropriate preparation and systematic conditioning that addressed vulnerabilities that conventional training had never recognized or attempted to strengthen through specific educational approaches. The advanced techniques that became accessible through enhanced conditioning required integration of breathing, physical capability, and mental focus that created performance levels exceeding normal human limitations, while maintaining control and precision that demon elimination demanded for achieving decisive results against supernatural opponents whose defensive capabilities made partial success insufficient for mission completion. The forms that emerged through this development represented personal evolution rather than simple skill acquisition, as individual characteristics and natural abilities were refined and focused into tactical approaches that maximized effectiveness while remaining consistent with established Demon Slayer principles. The graduation from basic Hashira training represented transition towards specialized instruction under different pillar whose expertise would address specific aspects of combat development while building upon foundation that Stone Hashira conditioning had established through systematic physical and psychological preparation that created readiness for more advanced educational phases. The recognition that they had achieved preliminary standards while acknowledging vast scope of additional development required demonstrated both progress and humility, that realistic assessment of remaining challenges imposed upon, confidence that recent success might otherwise have created through overestimation of current capabilities relative to threats that awaited final confrontation. The interruption that terminated their training program arrived through intelligence reports indicating immediate threat to core leadership that required emergency response from all available operatives, regardless of preparation status or training completion that normal procedures would have demanded before deployment against threats exceeding established capability requirements. The urgency that characterized this mobilization demonstrated how rapidly circumstances could change from systematic preparation toward crisis management, that demanded immediate action despite potential inadequacy of current readiness. Levels for handling challenges that emerged, according to enemy, timing rather than organizational preferences for deployment scheduling. The discovery that Muzan had located and attacked Ubuyashiki family compound created strategic crisis that threatened core leadership structure while demonstrating enemy capabilities for intelligence gathering and tactical planning that had enabled penetration of security measures that should have provided adequate protection for headquarters, facilities, and personnel whose safety remained essential for maintaining organizational coordination and operational effectiveness during final phase of supernatural warfare that required systematic resource allocation and strategic decision-making that individual operatives could not provide, regardless of their enhanced capabilities. The explosion that had destroyed family residence while claiming Master's life represented ultimate sacrifice that Kagaya Ubuyashiki had planned as final contribution to Demon Slayer cause through tactical surprise that might provide advantage during initial phase of climactic battle whose outcome would determine whether human civilization could survive. Continued existence of supernatural evil that threatened to consume everything noble about consciousness and moral development, that centuries of cultural advancement had achieved through collective effort and individual sacrifice by generations whose dedication had preserved knowledge and values that demon predation sought to eliminate permanently. The Infinity Castle that manifested during enemy response to this sacrifice created battlefield environment that transcended normal spatial relationships while providing tactical advantages for demonic forces whose familiarity with supernatural architecture enabled superior positioning and environmental manipulation that human operatives would need to overcome through adaptation and innovation, rather than relying upon established techniques that had been developed for conventional combat scenarios in predictable terrain conditions. The separation that occurred during transport into this domain eliminated communication and coordination systems, while forcing individual survival responses that tested personal capability without backup support that partnership normally provided. The realization that final battle had begun, despite incomplete preparation, created psychological pressure that could either paralyze decision-making through overwhelming awareness of inadequate readiness or motivate transcendence of normal limitations through desperate determination that life or death circumstances could inspire when survival required performance that exceeded current capability levels through willpower and tactical creativity. That extreme situations sometimes produced in individuals whose alternatives had been reduced to victory or death with no possibility for retreat or negotiation that might provide escape from consequences that failure would impose. The separation that had scattered demon slayers throughout Nakime's Infinity Castle created tactical isolation that tested individual capabilities while eliminating coordination advantages that collective action normally provided against supernatural opponents whose power required systematic response through combined techniques and mutual support systems that single operatives could not replicate, regardless of enhanced training or natural ability levels that recent development had achieved through intensive conditioning programs. The disorienting architecture that governed this supernatural domain operated according to spatial relationships that violated natural law while creating navigation challenges that could prevent location of allies or enemies whose positions remained concealed by geometric impossibilities that made conventional tactical planning inadequate for achieving mission objectives through established operational approaches. The sounds of combat that echoed through shifting corridors provided evidence that other battles were occurring throughout the castle, while creating psychological pressure that came from knowing that teammates faced mortal danger beyond his ability to assist or influence through direct intervention. That distance and architectural barriers made impossible, despite enhanced physical capabilities that might otherwise have enabled rescue operations or tactical support that could affect outcomes for individuals whose survival remained uncertain until successful mission completion could reunite scattered forces. The isolation that characterized his current circumstances reminded him of earliest wilderness experiences, while creating different category of loneliness that involved separation from chosen family rather than absence of social connections that had never been established. The room that materialized around him as castle geometry stabilized temporarily revealed combat scene already in progress between Kanao, an opponent whose presence registered immediately through atmospheric disturbance and supernatural aura that indicated power levels exceeding anything his previous encounters had prepared him to recognize or categorize according to threat assessment frameworks that had been developed through exposure to lower-ranking demons whose capabilities remained within predictable parameters for tactical response planning and technique selection. The upper moon, too, whose multicolored eyes and false smile created impression of benevolent authority, concealed malevolence that transcended normal demonic corruption, while suggesting intelligence and psychological sophistication that made him far more dangerous than simple predatory behavior would indicate. The protective instinct that drove him through ceiling entrance without hesitation or tactical assessment reflected emotional bonds that had developed through shared experiences and mutual dependence during missions where partnership had proven essential for survival against challenges that individual capability could not overcome through personal strength alone, regardless of enhanced conditioning or natural talent that systematic training had optimized for Demon Slayer operations. The dramatic arrival that positioned him between Kanao and incoming attack demonstrated commitment to teammates' safety that superseded personal security considerations, while providing tactical advantage through surprise positioning that enemy had not anticipated during attack sequence designed to eliminate isolated opponent. The recognition of upper moon status through visual confirmation of eye markings created immediate understanding that this encounter would test capabilities against elite demon, whose power approached levels that only Hashira operatives were considered adequately prepared to face through individual combat, while creating necessity for coordination and tactical innovation that could compensate for experience and capability gaps that normal training progression would have addressed through systematic development over extended time, periods that current crisis had not permitted to occur. Naturally, the excitement that accompanied this realization reflected competitive instincts that viewed unprecedented challenges as opportunities for proving worth and achieving recognition rather than threats requiring extreme caution. The proclamation about becoming Hashira through victory against Upper Moon Demon revealed motivational framework that connected personal advancement to mission success, while demonstrating psychological approach that could maintain confidence and aggressive initiative despite obvious power. Differential that realistic assessment would have suggested required retreat or assistance from more experienced operatives whose capabilities had been proven against equivalent threats through previous encounters that had established tactical precedents for handling such dangerous opponents. The bravado that characterized his response served psychological function of maintaining morale, while potentially providing intimidation factor that might affect enemy assessment of threat levels represented by apparently outmatched opponents. Kanao's revelation about Shinobu's death transformed tactical situation from professional mission into personal vendetta, while providing crucial intelligence about enemy capabilities and recent activities that explained presence of insect Hashira's equipment and suggested consumption that had occurred according to demon feeding patterns that previous encounters had established as standard predatory behavior. The emotional impact that accompanied this information created psychological pressure that could either enhance performance through righteous anger or compromise tactical thinking through grief and desire for revenge that might override rational decision-making during critical moments, requiring clear judgment and technical precision for achieving victory against superior opponent. The memories of Shinobu's kindness during rehabilitation period that flooded through his consciousness provided emotional foundation for commitment to vengeance, while demonstrating how personal relationships had developed beyond simple professional association toward genuine affection and respect that made her loss meaningful on levels that transcended abstract concepts about duty or organizational loyalty. The Butterfly Mansion experiences that had shaped his recovery and development created framework for understanding what had been destroyed through her elimination, while motivating dedication to ensuring that such sacrifice would not prove meaningless through failure to achieve objectives that her death had been intended to advance. The vow that he directed toward Doma represented declaration of intent that transcended normal tactical objectives toward personal mission, that connected individual capability to moral obligation for justice that conventional demon slayer operations might not have demanded, but emotional investment had made inevitable regardless of practical considerations about probability of success against opponent, whose demonstrated power exceeded his current capabilities by margins that realistic assessment would have acknowledged as potentially insurmountable through individual effort alone. The initial exchange that tested combat capabilities against Upper Moon 2 revealed speed and technique levels that exceeded anything his previous experience had prepared him to counter through conventional beast-breathing applications, while demonstrating enemy proficiency with fans as weapons. That combined cutting power with defensive capability and range advantages that made close quarters engagement dangerous, despite enhanced physical conditioning that normally provided tactical benefits during demon encounters, requiring precision timing and positioning for achieving decisive strikes against vulnerable target areas. The kick that sent Doma backward provided evidence that enhanced strength could affect even elite demons through proper application, while creating opportunity for follow-up attacks that might exploit temporary positioning advantage before enemy could recover balance and implement countermeasures that superior experience and tactical knowledge would suggest for neutralizing aggressive approaches that relied upon physical capability rather than sophisticated technique or strategic planning. The joint dislocation that he employed for increasing strike angles demonstrated adaptation and innovation under combat pressure, while revealing flexibility advantages that mountain upbringing and systematic conditioning had created through exposure to extreme physical demands. The misjudged swing that resulted in eye damage rather than decapitation reflected limitations in precision and targeting that combat inexperience had created. Despite enhanced physical capabilities that provided adequate power for achieving elimination, if properly directed toward critical areas, that demon anatomy required be severed for permanent destruction. The partial success that wounded but failed to eliminate target illustrated importance of accuracy over strength, while demonstrating how tactical errors could waste opportunities that might not recur during extended engagement against opponent whose adaptive capability could prevent repetition of successful approaches through defensive adjustments and countermeasure development. The mask theft that Doma accomplished during his recovery demonstrated superior speed and tactical awareness, while creating psychological pressure through violation of personal identity symbols that had connected him to adoptive family, wilderness origins that formed foundational elements of self-concept and cultural identity that isolation from human society had made particularly precious as connection to past experiences that defined individual character despite subsequent development through Demon Slayer training and enhanced conditioning programs that had expanded capabilities while potentially threatening essential personality characteristics. The recognition that sparked Doma's interest created tactical complication through enemy curiosity about past connections that might provide psychological advantages for manipulation attempts while revealing demon intelligence, capabilities that included memory retention and pattern analysis that exceeded simple predatory behavior to encompass strategic thinking and information utilization that could exploit emotional vulnerabilities for tactical gain during combat situations where psychological warfare might prove more effective than direct physical assault against opponents whose conditioning had prepared them for conventional supernatural combat, but not for sophisticated mental manipulation techniques. The denial of family connections reflected defensive response to psychological probing, while maintaining cover story that protected sensitive information about past trauma and family circumstances that enemy knowledge might exploit for creating emotional distress or tactical disadvantage during the LARs. Critical moments requiring focused attention and technical precision rather than psychological processing of historical events that Demon Slayer training had never addressed through specific preparation for handling such mental warfare, approaches that sophisticated opponents might employ as supplement to physical combat techniques. The revelation of Kotoha's story provided devastating intelligence about personal history while demonstrating enemy knowledge that had been acquired through direct involvement in traumatic events that had shaped fundamental aspects of identity and motivation through circumstances that had never been fully processed or integrated into conscious understanding due to age at time of occurrence and subsequent isolation that had prevented normal emotional development and psychological healing that family support systems might have provided under different circumstances that allowed systematic processing of early trauma through appropriate social connections. The recovered memories that emerged through Doma's detailed account created psychological impact that threatened to overwhelm tactical focus while providing access to suppressed experiences that contained both painful truth, emotional foundation for understanding personal history that had been fragmented and incomplete due to cognitive limitations, that infant consciousness had imposed upon memory formation during traumatic events that exceeded normal processing capabilities. The lullabies that returned to conscious awareness provided connection to maternal love while creating emotional vulnerability that enemy observation could potentially exploit through continued psychological manipulation designed to compromise combat effectiveness. The rage that accompanied full understanding of personal loss and enemy responsibility created motivational intensity that could either enhance performance through righteous fury or compromise tactical judgment through emotional response that prioritized vengeance over survival considerations that rational assessment would have demanded when facing opponent whose capabilities exceeded individual ability to achieve victory through direct confrontation. The promise to inflict suffering before death reflected emotional commitment that transcended professional obligation while potentially creating strategic error through communication of intentions that enemy intelligence could utilize for tactical planning and countermeasure development. The philosophical exchange about afterlife concepts that Doma initiated represented attempt at psychological manipulation while revealing worldview that had enabled consumption of human beings without moral constraint through elimination of spiritual framework that might otherwise have provided ethical limitations on predatory behavior. The nihilistic perspective that denied existence of heaven or hell served strategic purpose of undermining moral foundation while potentially creating despair that could compromise combat effectiveness through elimination of meaning and big purpose that provided psychological strength during difficult circumstances requiring sustained effort despite adverse conditions. The defiant response that rejected philosophical manipulation while asserting personal agency for creating justice demonstrated psychological resilience that had been developed through wilderness survival and systematic conditioning that created internal strength capable of maintaining focus. Despite emotional trauma and enemy attempts at mental destabilization that sophisticated demons might employ as tactical weapons supplementing physical combat capabilities, the declaration of intent to prevent further discussion of family matters established boundaries while maintaining aggressive initiative that could provide psychological advantage during continued combat engagement. The intensified battle that followed psychological exchanges tested enhanced capabilities against opponent whose blood demon art created environmental hazards through ice formation and atmospheric manipulation that affected movement and visibility, while creating additional tactical challenges that required adaptation of established combat techniques toward innovative approaches that could maintain effectiveness despite altered conditions that conventional training had never specifically addressed through practice scenarios or educational instruction that prepared operatives for such sophisticated supernatural warfare applications. The freezing clouds that Doma employed as area denial weapons represented blood demon art evolution that could control battlefield conditions while creating respiratory hazards and visibility limitations that favored enemy whose familiarity with technique enabled tactical advantages through superior positioning and environmental knowledge that human opponents would need to overcome through rapid adaptation and innovative countermeasures that established training might not have anticipated or prepared specific responses for addressing through systematic technique modification. The beast-breathing applications that dispersed ice attacks demonstrated how enhanced lung capacity and breathing control could provide defensive capabilities against environmental manipulation while creating offensive opportunities through proper technique adaptation that utilized natural abilities in ways that formal training had developed while maintaining flexibility for creative application against unprecedented challenges that required innovation rather than rigid adherence to established forms that might prove inadequate when facing sophisticated blood demon arts that exceeded normal parameters for supernatural combat scenarios. The coordinated assault that developed between him and Kanao represented tactical evolution that combined their respective capabilities while compensating for individual limitations through partnership that maximized collective effectiveness against opponent whose power exceeded what either could overcome through individual effort, regardless of enhanced training or natural ability that systematic conditioning had optimized for Demon Slayer operations. The understanding that emerged through battlefield necessity created functional cooperation. Despite limited previous experience working together during combat situations, requiring precise coordination and mutual trust. The sudden body deterioration that affected Doma during climactic phase of combat revealed implementation of long-term tactical planning that had been initiated through Shinobu's sacrifice while demonstrating strategic thinking that connected individual death to organizational objectives. Through poison application that utilized demon-feeding behavior for delivering delayed effect weapons that could achieve elimination through patient planning rather than direct confrontation that power differentials might have made impossible, through conventional combat approaches that relied upon immediate results rather than systematic tactical development over extended time periods. The explanation that provided context for Doma's condition revealed complexity of preparation and strategic sacrifice that had created current opportunity while honoring memory of fallen comrade whose death had enabled tactical advantage that transformed impossible mission into achievable objective through innovative approach that utilized enemy characteristics against them rather than attempting to overcome superior power through direct application of force. That realistic assessment would have acknowledged as inadequate for achieving victory through individual capability or conventional tactical methods that established training had provided. The final technique development that created sudden throwing strike demonstrated tactical innovation under extreme pressure while utilizing coordination with Kanao that maximized cutting power through combined force application that exceeded what either could achieve individually against defensive capabilities that had proven resistant to separate attack attempts. The improvised nature of this approach reflected adaptability and creative problem-solving that could develop solutions to unprecedented challenges through battlefield inspiration rather than predetermined techniques that formal training might have established for specific combat scenarios. The successful decapitation that concluded their battle represented culmination of tactical cooperation and individual development, while validating approach that combined systematic preparation with innovative adaptation to circumstances that exceeded normal operational parameters through enemy capabilities that required unprecedented response methods for achieving victory against opponent whose power had seemed insurmountable through conventional demon slayer techniques and established tactical procedures that individual capability alone could not have overcome successfully, regardless of enhanced conditioning or natural talent that recent development had achieved. The collapse of the Infinity Castle that had served as supernatural battlefield created transition from enclosed combat environment to open urban warfare that exposed remaining demon slayers and their ultimate enemy to civilian populations, whose presence complicated tactical considerations while creating additional protection responsibilities that transformed final confrontation from straightforward elimination mission into complex scenario requiring discrimination between legitimate targets and innocent bystanders whose safety took precedence over operational convenience or strategic advantages that less discriminating approaches might have provided through elimination of constraints that moral obligation imposed upon combat methods and tactical decision-making processes. The streets of Tokyo that became arena for climactic battle represented convergence of ancient supernatural evil with modern civilization in ways that created unprecedented tactical environment where traditional demon slayer techniques would require adaptation to urban terrain and architectural obstacles that could complicate movement and positioning while providing both advantages and limitations that careful tactical planning could exploit for creating superior positioning or environmental control that might compensate for power differentials that direct confrontation alone could not overcome through individual capability or conventional technique application that established training had provided through systematic instruction. The dawn approaching on eastern horizon created time pressure that operated in favor of human operatives whose survival required only maintaining resistance until sunlight could provide natural elimination of demonic presence through bane, cosmic forces that no supernatural power could overcome. Regardless of individual capability or blood demon art sophistication that had enabled previous tactical advantages during darkness that favored creatures whose enhanced senses and environmental manipulation abilities created superior combat effectiveness. Compared to human limitations that daylight, hours might reduce through elimination of atmospheric conditions that supported demonic power enhancement and tactical superiority. Muzan Kibutsuji, whose presence dominated battlefield through sheer force of malevolent energy, represented culmination of supernatural evil that had accumulated power and knowledge through centuries of predation while developing capabilities that transcended normal demonic limitations through systematic consumption and ability absorption that had created creature whose threat level exceeded anything human civilization had ever faced through conventional warfare or organized resistance efforts that previous generations had attempted against supernatural threats whose scope and sophistication had been limited compared to ultimate evolution that Demon King had achieved through patient development and strategic planning. The invisibility technique that concealed their approach reflected tactical innovation that utilized available resources for creating surprise advantages against opponent whose sensory capabilities normally provided advance warning of incoming threats through detection methods that exceeded human ability to avoid or counter through conventional concealment approaches that relied upon natural cover or environmental features rather than supernatural assistance that modified normal visibility conditions. The seals that maintained this concealment required coordination and timing that tested their ability to function as unified tactical unit, despite recent separation, and individual battles that had created fatigue and potential coordination difficulties. The sudden appearance when Muzan's attacks disrupted concealment seals demonstrated enemy capability for detecting and countering supernatural assistance while revealing scope of power that could affect multiple opponents simultaneously through area effect techniques that exceeded simple individual targeting to encompass battlefield control that made conventional tactical approaches inadequate for maintaining positional advantages or implementing coordinated strategies that required predictable environmental conditions for successful execution. The speed with which their concealment failed illustrated how quickly tactical situations could deteriorate when facing opponents whose capabilities exceeded all previous experience. Gyome's survival confirmation provided psychological relief that crucial ally remained available for continued combat, while demonstrating resilience and tactical capability that Hashira-level operatives brought to Ultimate 2. Confrontation through experience and conditioning that had prepared them for facing threats that exceeded normal Demon Slayer operational parameters. The Stone Hashira's presence created tactical foundation for coordinated response, while his obvious approval of their survival provided validation for development and preparation that had enabled them to reach final battle despite incomplete training that earlier crisis had forced them to abandon before systematic completion could occur. Inosuke's boastful declaration about survival and seal reserves reflected psychological coping mechanism that maintained confidence and aggressive initiative despite overwhelming odds, while demonstrating personality characteristics that had enabled persistence through challenges that might have broken individuals whose mental resilience had not been developed through equivalent exposure to extreme circumstances, requiring continued effort despite apparent futility that logical assessment might have suggested warranted. Surrender or retreat from impossible tactical situations where victory seemed beyond realistic possibility of achievement. The interruption that Muzan provided demonstrated enemy frustration and tactical impatience, while revealing psychological characteristics that included pride and superiority assumptions that might create exploitable weaknesses if proper. Manipulation could redirect enemy attention toward responses that compromised optimal, tactical decision-making through emotional reaction rather than calculated strategy that superior intelligence and experience should have suggested as appropriate for handling multiple, inferior opponents whose coordination required disruption rather than direct engagement that might provide opportunities for tactical innovation or unexpected success. The building-crushing attack that followed represented escalation to maximum destructive capability while demonstrating enemy willingness to accept collateral damage and civilian casualties that moral constraints would have prevented human operatives from considering as acceptable tactical approaches, regardless of strategic advantages that such ruthless methods might provide through environmental destruction that eliminated cover and positioning options while creating debris fields that favored supernatural strength and durability over human agility and tactical innovation that normally compensated for physical limitations. The unconsciousness that resulted from devastating area attack eliminated immediate tactical capability, while creating vulnerability that would normally result in elimination during moments when defensive responses became impossible through physical incapacitation that removed conscious control over protective techniques and evasive maneuvers that survival required against opponents whose power could exploit such temporary helplessness for achieving decisive victory through finishing attacks that human consciousness could not counter or resist through voluntary action that required awareness and muscular control for implementation. Tanjiro's awakening that preceded his own return to consciousness demonstrated recovery timing that enabled solo engagement against ultimate enemy while providing tactical distraction that might create opportunities for support or coordinated assault. When other operatives regained combat capability through natural healing processes or external assistance that could restore functionality despite injuries that had temporarily eliminated active participation in ongoing battle, whose outcome would determine survival for human civilization and supernatural evil, whose victory would eliminate all resistance to continued predation and territorial expansion. The defeat and injury that Tanjiro sustained during individual combat against Muzan revealed power differential that exceeded even enhanced abilities and technique mastery that systematic training and natural talent had achieved through intensive development programs, while demonstrating tactical reality that individual operatives could not overcome ultimate demonic power through personal capability, regardless of preparation, quality, or innovative technique. Application that creative adaptation might suggest for achieving victory against seemingly impossible odds that conventional wisdom would acknowledge as beyond human ability to overcome successfully. The escape attempt that Muzan initiated reflected strategic thinking that prioritized survival over continued combat when tactical situation had become unfavorable through accumulated damage and approaching dawn that would eliminate supernatural advantages while imposing natural constraints that no amount of individual power could overcome through resistance or technique application. The calculation that suggested retreat represented rational assessment despite obvious frustration with resistance levels that had exceeded expectations based on previous encounters with human opponents whose capabilities had proven inadequate for threatening Demon King survival. The intervention that blocked enemy escape route represented culmination of development and partnership that had been forged through shared experiences and mutual dependence during missions where individual capability had proven insufficient for achieving objectives that required collective effort and coordinated technique application for overcoming challenges that transcended normal operational parameters. The positioning that enabled successful interception demonstrated tactical awareness and commitment to mission success that superseded personal safety considerations while providing opportunity for final contribution to ultimate victory. That individual sacrifice might enable through strategic action. The declaration that accompanied his blocking maneuver reflected personal philosophy and emotional framework that connected individual identity to protective purpose, while acknowledging loss and damage that supernatural warfare had inflicted upon human communities whose welfare justified continued resistance, despite overwhelming odds and personal cost that such commitment might require through sacrifice of individual survival for collective benefit that mission success would provide to civilization whose continued existence depended upon eliminating ultimate supernatural threat regardless of tactical difficulty or personal consequences. The enumeration of losses and demand for restoration that he directed toward Muzan represented emotional culmination of personal investment in mission objectives while providing psychological outlet for grief and anger that accumulated. Trauma had created through exposure to death and destruction. That demon predation had inflicted upon individuals whose relationships had provided meaning and purpose, that transcended abstract concepts about duty or organizational loyalty toward genuine human connections, that made protection personally significant rather than simply professional obligation. The counterattack that followed his emotional declaration tested enhanced capabilities against ultimate enemy whose power exceeded all previous encounters, while demonstrating tactical reality that individual operatives remained inadequate for achieving victory through personal effort despite systematic development and natural ability that recent training had optimized for Demon Slayer operations. The evasion that preserved him from immediate elimination provided opportunity for continued resistance, while acknowledging limitations that realistic assessment would have recognized as potentially insurmountable through conventional approaches that relied upon human capability alone. Zenitsu's rescue that prevented devastating attack completion demonstrated partnership, coordination, and mutual support that had been developed through shared experiences, while providing tactical assistance that enabled continued combat participation. Despite individual limitations that isolated, effort could not overcome against opponent whose power transcended normal parameters for supernatural combat scenarios. The speed and precision that characterized this intervention reflected enhanced conditioning and technique mastery that systematic training had achieved, while validating collective approach over individual effort for addressing challenges that exceeded personal capability limits. The encouragement that accompanied rescue operation provided psychological support while emphasizing shared commitment to survival and mutual responsibility that had been forged through partnership experiences where individual welfare had become connected to collective success in ways that transcended professional association toward genuine friendship and family bonds that made personal sacrifice meaningful rather than simply tactical necessity. The reminder about shared future and continued relationship created motivational framework that connected immediate survival to long-term objectives that extended beyond current crisis. The building impact that separated Zenitsu from continued participation demonstrated enemy capability for eliminating tactical support while reducing available assistance to levels that might prove inadequate for sustaining resistance against ultimate power that individual operatives could not match through personal ability, regardless of enhanced conditioning or technique. Innovation, that creative adaptation might suggest for achieving tactical advantages, that power differential made extremely difficult to obtain or maintain through human effort alone. The continued combat that followed reduced support represented test of individual development and capability that had been achieved through systematic training, while acknowledging that victory would require extraordinary effort, tactical innovation that exceeded normal operational parameters for Demon Slayer activities. The standing recovery that both he and Zenitsu achieved despite devastating attacks provided evidence of enhanced conditioning and determination, while demonstrating resilience that could maintain functionality despite accumulated damage that would have eliminated less prepared operatives. The exhaustion that Muzan displayed during continued engagement created tactical opportunity while revealing limitations that even ultimate demonic power experienced when sustained combat exceeded normal parameters for energy expenditure, and technique application that required systematic resource management for maintaining effectiveness throughout extended engagements against multiple opponents whose coordination required constant adaptation and countermeasure development that might exceed sustainable levels for individual capability, regardless of supernatural enhancement and accumulated power that centuries of development had achieved. The desperation that characterized enemy responses to continued resistance demonstrated psychological pressure while revealing tactical reality that approaching dawn would eliminate supernatural advantages that had enabled previous dominance over human opponents, whose capabilities had seemed inadequate for threatening Demon King survival through organized resistance and coordinated technique application. The recognition that time constraints favored human operatives created urgency that could either motivate final decisive effort or compromise tactical judgment through panic that superior intelligence should have prevented despite circumstances that exceeded normal operational parameters. The coordination that developed between surviving operatives represented culmination of partnership and training that had been forged through shared experiences while demonstrating tactical cooperation that could maximize collective effectiveness against ultimate threat, whose elimination required capabilities that no individual possessed, regardless of enhanced conditioning or natural ability that systematic development had optimized for Demon Slayer operations. The understanding that emerged through battlefield necessity created functional cooperation that transcended personality differences while focusing shared effort toward mission objectives that connected individual survival to collective success. The final assault that approached completion represented tactical achievement that had seemed impossible when viewed from perspective of individual capability and conventional technique application, while demonstrating how systematic preparation and coordinated effort could overcome obstacles that power differential suggested should have been insurmountable through human effort alone, regardless of enhanced training or innovative adaptation that creative problem-solving might have developed for addressing unprecedented challenges that exceeded normal operational parameters for supernatural combat scenarios. The sunrise that finally claimed Muzan Kibutsuji in eternal light marked not only victory over ultimate evil, but transformation of the wild boar, who had learned that true strength flowed not from dominance over territory, but from bonds that transcended blood and species, connecting hearts through shared purpose and mutual sacrifice that made strangers into families stronger than any mountain peak could shelter. Inosuke's journey from feral child raised by beasts to protector of humanity had revealed truth that his adoptive mother's desperate love had planted like seed in rushing waters, that survival meant more than individual power, that belonging required opening fierce heart to others whose welfare became as precious as breath itself. The tears that mixed with dawn's gentle rain fell for losses that had shaped him and victories that had cost more than any treasure, yet also for recognition that mother's sacrifice and Shinobu's wisdom had guided every step toward understanding that even demons had once been human, that evil could be defeated without destroying compassion, that strength reached fullest expression through protection rather than conquest. So rest now, gentle wanderer, like mountain mist settling into peaceful valleys, knowing that wild hearts can learn to love without losing their fire, that families are forged in battle as surely as in birth, and that even the fiercest boars can discover that home exists wherever courage meets compassion in defense of those who cannot defend themselves.